97.3 The Fan listeners. If you're drowsy, sluggish, or feeling fatigued, you're about to get your afternoon boost. With Tony Gwynn Jr.
You know, people like to be outraged.
Chris Ello.
I'm not a foo-foo guy.
And Matt Scraby.
See, I like Paul Skeens, the baseball player. Hate the media coverage.
Don't blame us for any side effects.
You thrilled our fans throughout the postseason with a great performance.
Gwynn and Chris are ready to go.
Hey, welcome to San Diego. Monday, getting it underway. A new week here on Gwynn and Chris, San Diego's #1 sports talk station, 97.3 The Fan. Chris Ello and Matt Scraby together today. Tony Gwynn Jr. is idle. I don't blame Tony Gwynn Jr. He's got a full season of Padre baseball ahead.
This has been on the books for quite some time.
Yes, he will be heading down to spring training next week, so he gets one vacation week before the broadcasting commitment begins.
It's not that big.
We'll be without Tony for the week. In fact, we'll be without me tomorrow.
Yeah.
So Scraby's pretty excited about that.
It's Scraby and Soprenet tomorrow.
Scraby will be controlling the airwaves tomorrow afternoon. It could be a little crazy.
I wish it was today because I could have just made fun of the Chiefs for 4 hours.
Well, we may do that.
Okay, good.
It's very look. They did enough stupid and wrong things that we could easily make fun of them for 4 full hours. So we certainly get into that. Padres continue, and I'm stealing this, but I think it's a perfect description of what the Padres are doing. So I'm stealing this from Jeff Sanders, writer for the San Diego Union Tribune.
Yes.
Nicely done, Jeff. He began his story today in the paper by saying the Padres have purchased another lottery ticket in signing Gavin Sheets to a minor league deal. And I read that and I go, yeah, that's it. They're taking out lottery tickets. They got the Jason Hayward lottery ticket.
I don't want that lottery ticket.
Well, we'll discuss that further. We
Sorry.
will. We got the Connor Joe lottery ticket.
I'm okay with that one.
We got the Gavin Sheets lottery ticket. We have, I think, Forrest Wall. We have a lottery ticket on him.
Terso Ornelas maybe is a lottery ticket.
Yeah, at least he's he's part of the organization, as it were. Yeah. So I don't consider that. That's one of their own. That's one of their own.
Okay.
But to me, going out and you're just signing somebody and hoping that you click. I mean, it worked last year.
It did.
Jerkson Profar was no better than a lottery ticket. Believe me.
He's making the same amount as
when
Connor Joe.
Signed. So. They're buying some lottery tickets. We'll discuss their purchases with Sammy Levitt on the program at the bottom of this hour. The Aztecs may have played themselves right out of the NCAA basketball tournament, but fear not, San Diego may be represented in March Madness. We will discuss that on the program as well. And one bit of, this isn't bad news. Well, it's bad news. Tiger Woods has to pull out of the Genesis.
Yeah.
And, everyone was excited by this. I mean, you're going to go see this guy play one last time. You don't know if you'll ever get another chance. And honestly, you may not now. Obviously, his mother passed away last week. Tiger has announced that he will not be playing this weekend at Torrey Pines. So that's too bad.
First thought was, why say you're going to play on Friday just to take it back on Monday?
He did say it on Friday, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and his mother had already passed away.
And I'm not going to,
yeah, I know.
I'm not going to come down on him for it, but it is, never mind. It doesn't matter.
No, it's not worth coming down on the guy. When you're, look, a family member passes away, especially somebody who's close, your mom, maybe, there's a lot of things that need to be taken care of.
I was just disappointed.
We're all disappointed.
Yeah.
We're all disappointed. But nothing or nobody was more disappointing than the chefs yesterday. It was a debacle in every sense of the word.
Holy shnikes!
Yeah, you look up in the third quarter and that new little score box that Fox had to debut yesterday. Because Fox has to always be a step ahead of
it's every I saw an article about this. every year the Super Bowl gets a new score bug.
Well, don't do that anymore.
I didn't mind it. I thought it was less busy, which is okay.
Just but agree with me or not? But don't your eyes and your mind get used to a certain score
Of course,
box?
yes.
So the entire game, I was adjusting to this one. So
You have so many issues.
I do. I have a lot of problems, and I can't be the only one. I didn't think it was necessary.
Yeah.
It wasn't bad,
No.
but it wasn't necessary.
That's what we're going to see next year, probably.
I don't know. You won't. You'll see something you just said. They update it every year. Anyway, when I looked at that in the third quarter and it said 34-0, like, you got to be kidding me. You got to be absolutely kidding me. In the history of the Super Bowl, and there's been some mismatches in the Super Bowl. People, we've had some good Super Bowls the last 10, 15 years in general. Most of this generation, Scraby, and maybe the generation before this one, think the Super Bowl is usually kind of an exciting game. It was horrible for the first 20, maybe 25 years of its existence. 55-14, 42-10. These are a couple that jump to mind. There were more just like it. Almost every Super Bowl was completely one-sided for the first 25 or 30 years, but never was one that one-sided. The most points ever scored in a Super Bowl before the other team scored had been 24-0.
Really? Even the game between the Seahawks and the Broncos wasn't that bad.
It was bad. Oh, you know what? That was 29-0.
Okay, but
so
still,
I take it back.
But
that
still,
was 29-0.
That's the only one that comes to mind.
Right, that's the only other one. But this was, here's the thing. The Broncos were not yet a championship team. Remember, they went on and won the next Super Bowl, right? Or the year after they beat Carolina.
Yes.
But they were not yet a Super Bowl team. Some of the great blowouts have come over teams that were just getting there for the first time, something like that, a team that was, maybe young. This happened to a championship pedigree team.
Mm-hmm.
That was the thing that stood out to me. The Chiefs not only are, but will always be thought of as one of the great teams in NFL history, and their coach and their quarterback will forever be remembered as one of the greatest combinations of coach quarterback in the history of the NFL. You got Bill Walsh, Joe Montana. You got Belichick and Brady. You got Reed and Mahomes. That list is pretty short.
Yeah.
It
is short.
And for that to happen to that team was the thing that got me. And, there can be games can get away with a bunch of turnovers. The turnovers certainly hurt. No, I'm not going to take that away. But that's not the storyline. It was such a mismatch at the line of scrimmage. Mm-hmm. It was a disaster for the Chiefs. And as I kept watching it, I realized what you realized and what was said many times after the game. The Eagles did not call a single blitz in the game.
That's insanity.
But they did not have to.
No.
There was no reason to change. Their four guys were consistently getting pressure. And do you remember when the Giants shocked Brady and the Patriots?
Brady said last night he still can't get over it.
But it was four guys rushing him that did it for the Giants.
Michael Strahan, Justin Tucker.
It was four guys doing
Justin
it.
Tucker.
And then 3-4 years later, the Giants beat them again. And again, it was just because they rushed four. And when Seattle beat Peyton Manning up in the Super Bowl, they didn't blitz either. It was four guys. That is the secret to being able to beat a quarterback of this caliber. You have to get pressure somehow with four guys. It's much easier said than done. Very few people can do it. Because if you can blitz, or not blitz, but rush four,
just drop everybody
else
back.
You got seven guys covering three receivers.
It's impossible for the quarterback.
They're not going to get open.
And the Chiefs don't have the wide receivers to get open.
Not really.
DeAndre Hopkins, he's old.
Yeah, DeAndre Hopkins, Hollywood Brown, these guys have all their best days are all ahead of them.
Xavier Worthy is the only one that's
He's the only one, and
right
he ended up having a nice game.
And
but it was
Rice whenever he comes back.
Way too late. But you've got to be able to do this. And I know that a lot of people around football are demagoguing Vic Fangio, the defensive coordinator of the Eagles.
This is a Chris take for sure.
Please. He couldn't stop my grandmother's offense for 2 straight years as a defensive coordinator of Miami. Do not tell me that he's a genius. The difference is he had crappy players in Miami, and he's got great players now, and all of a sudden, now everyone's calling him a genius because he stopped the Chiefs. Here's the other thing. He did it without even having to call a play. We just said they didn't blitz the whole game.
I mean, he had to call coverages. Come on.
You know what I mean, though? I mean, it was basically, it says keep it normal. Keep it straight
is you
defense.
being mad because he won a Super Bowl and didn't do anything with your
It is
team.
me being a little mad that he was with the Dolphins and he, of course, did nothing. But, no, you know what? Andy Reid, this is not going to go on his highlight reel.
No.
Because it started going badly and he never changed a thing. And so that meant Vic Fangio could just keep doing what he was doing. You've got to make some changes if you see what's happening out there. And there was nothing done, but it was an awful performance. And I want to say one last thing. Do not make the mistake of totally letting Patrick Mahomes off the hook by saying that his offensive line didn't give him time to throw.
He was bad.
He was flat out bad.
He made lots of mistakes that he doesn't make.
He missed receivers that he shouldn't miss early in the game when it was still 0-0, 7-0, 10-0. He had guys open to move the chains. He missed everybody. And the 2 interceptions he threw, guaranteed, Scraby, if Tua threw those or Brock Purdy or any other guy you want to name, you'd crush him. You'd say, what are they doing? What are they thinking? Well, okay, what was he doing? What was he thinking? He played an awful game, and he admitted such afterwards because he's he's a stand-up guy.
Yes.
But he had a terrible game, too. So don't give it the old, well, he didn't have a lot of time to throw thing. He didn't, but he played awful. So it was just a complete disaster for the Chiefs, and
they tried.
I guess we should all celebrate that to a certain extent because that's kind of what we all wanted.
The first penalty of the game. I got up and I said, "You can't be kidding me! Or, you are kidding me!"
You did a John McEnroe.
I was like, you're kidding me!
No, cannot be serious.
Sorry, yes.
Yeah.
Because
everybody said that.
4th down.
Oh, I know.
First penalty called of the game.
Yeah.
And the Chiefs got it, and I think everybody in America thought, okay, this is where the Chiefs
win.
Here we go again.
Yeah.
But you know what? The Eagles played so well. The refs weren't even a factor.
Yeah, I don't know if you noticed it. They changed out the officials at halftime to try to get a better crew. No, they didn't.
So the Chiefs are complaining about You know what, Chris? Remember those stats about them in the playoffs never having more penalties than the other team or penalty yards? Guess what happened last night?
I don't know.
The referees actually called penalties on the Chiefs, and they lose the game.
Well, they didn't lose, or the Eagles didn't win because of the refs.
The Eagles won because they were good.
Complete demolition. All
and
right,
even though Saquon Barkley did nothing. That's crazy.
Wouldn't have expected it, but there it is. Philadelphia, champions. We'll take a break. More on the Super Bowl. Check in on what the Padres did, who they bought as their lottery tickets. Sammy Levitt with some Padre discussion as well in this 2 o'clock hour. Want to congratulate the fine citizens of Philadelphia. According to police reports, celebrations in the city of brotherly love last night. Remember, they call it the city of brotherly love, which is ironic in the first place.
Yes.
Celebrations last night led only to dozens of arrests.
Oh.
That was it.
Okay.
The worst charge that anybody got was aggravated assault and attacking a few police officers.
Wait,
Not bad.
Whoa. You can't just slip in and attacking a few police officers.
That was it. The Philadelphia people were pretty well behaved.
No one fell off of any poles
not that we know of.
No
Not
one
that we
ate
know.
horse manure like after the last Super Bowl.
God, I hope not.
Did you remember that?
I don't remember
when
that.
the Eagles beat the Patriots,
I
some
put that
dude
out of my
was
mind.
so excited that on camera ate horse manure.
Never mind. Fans did set a few fires, climbed on a few sanitation trucks.
You're acting like this is all normal.
It isn't it?
No.
Yes, it is. In this day and age, it's very normal, unfortunately.
We shouldn't be setting any fires. We shouldn't be knocking over cars. Can you imagine, like, you come outside and your car's upside down and there's some guy sleeping in it?
Of course I'd be livid.
Yeah. It's ridiculous. Come on, people.
A couple of things I hated about the Super Bowl. Nothing to do with anything that you might be thinking about. I hated the fact that the game score went over.
Oh, me too.
I thought it was an under game. There was very little yardage gained in the game.
Yeah.
But, Patrick Mahomes, God love him, had to keep flinging deep passes at the end of the game. So 62 points went way over.
It did.
Even though it really seemed like defenses kind of controlled the game. As a matter of fact, the Chiefs' defense played pretty well. Right?
They just had to
They
take
gave
over.
up how many long drives did they give up? One?
Yeah.
And they gave up one long drive and one long pass. Other than that, the Chiefs' defense was pretty good. The Eagles' defense, we already know, was incredible. But then they brought in some subs, I think, in the fourth quarter. And anyway, so I hated that, and I hated the fact that your shot at the dartboard.
Yes!
Xavier Worthy.
I knew it!
Ended up having the best fantasy game of any player in the Super Bowl.
When he caught the second one, I was like, because I could have easily been the goat of the conversation, not the good goat.
Yeah, you were the goat of the conversation. But Xavier Worthy, if you had him to do fantasy stuff yesterday, man, he had a big number day. Even though it was all in defeat.
You actually picked the two kickers, and one of your kickers was great. One of your kickers didn't even see the field.
I know. Harrison Butker tried a couple of onside kicks.
Yeah, I was going to say, did anybody miss one kick?
Did anybody miss Harrison Butker? No, I didn't miss him, nor did anyone.
I mean, I'm surprised that he wasn't involved. I am so surprised at how yesterday went, because I thought the Chiefs were going to be celebrating. You know what I also think, Chris? The Chiefs were a little bit too they were a little bit too ahead of their skis on this one. They got the okay from Pat Riley. The three-peat thing. They've already announced their parade plans. They weren't going to really have a big parade.
Never really seen anybody announce parade plans
before
and win.
The game.
Well, now I've seen them do it, but they never win.
Exactly.
Yeah, stop doing that.
Yeah,
no matter who you are, stop doing that.
If you privately go to Pat Riley and say, "Hey, if we win, can we use this?"
Don't make a deal out of it.
Yeah, don't make it a news story.
Yeah,
you know the Eagles said that's what motivated them.
The Eagles said a lot of that motivated them for sure. But this was not. It didn't matter what blocked or tackled or ran or pushed or.
This was an Eagles.
This was just a dominant performance.
Yeah.
We're going to talk plenty more about the Super Bowl. We have our good, bad, and ugly a little later. Kick around some of the commercials, all the usual post-Super Bowl stuff. But I want to get into what the Padres have done since we were last here, and that was Friday.
Yes.
On Friday, they countered Joe. And I think, I'm sure there's a few people out there who hate it, but I think for the most part, it was pretty well received around here. Like, we know he's not going to, he's not going to, lead us by himself to the championship.
I said that those very words on the Scravy Show Friday night.
Yeah,
he's a good addition.
He's a good addition. Everybody seems to be pleased. Then late Friday night, as if they were trying to kind of sneak him into town without anybody noticing, Jason Hayward was signed. Now, on the surface, Jason Hayward is far superior to Connor Joe. Hang on a second.
Okay.
Connor Joe does not have 5 Gold Glove awards.
That's true.
Right? I mean, not just one. Jason Hayward didn't just sneak one. 5 Gold Glove awards. Connor Joe's never been anywhere near the All-Star game. Connor Joe's never been anywhere near Rookie of the Year. Connor Joe's never been anywhere near 20 home runs in a season. But I don't think anybody's very excited about Jason Hayward. That's all I'm saying. I don't think he doesn't, to me, move the needle at all. And anything that he does beyond getting DFA'd sometime around July is going to be a little surprising to me based on what he has been doing recently. He hit 15 homers for the Dodgers in 23, which is okay. I would take that. Last year he hit 10, but his overall batting average last year was .211. He was pretty much an automatic out, right?
I mean,
he didn't walk any, he didn't steal any bases. He probably can still play an okay field. I mean, he's not going to be as quick as he once was, but if you got 5 Gold Gloves, I got to believe you can still do that. But Jason Hayward doesn't interest a lot of people. At least that's the perception I have.
I'm with you. It doesn't interest me. I mean, Jason Hayward's been a great player his entire career.
Pretty good, not great.
Okay,
pretty good,
above average.
Okay, I'll give you that. He's never hit 300. He's never driven in more than 75 runs.
Well, what I'm saying is
this
reminds me of the Nelson Cruz, Matt Carpenter signings that I'm just not a fan of. You cannot go into the season platooning Connor Joe and Jason Hayward in left field. I knew that left field was going to be an issue this year. I knew they were going to have to do something this year.
Okay,
but Jason Hayward's not.
That's
the
not
other
doing
part
it
of
for
it.
you.
That's not.
I do take it back. Jason Hayward had 82 RBIs 13 years ago. Other than that, he's never been over 75. Now, I think Connor Joe is the guy that is perfect to play against left-handed pitching, play a little first base, maybe DH, whatever and he can fill in a lot of different ways. Jason Hayward, make no mistake, 75% of pitchers are right-handed, which means that Jason Hayward's going to be in the lineup almost every day.
Yeah.
And I don't see that working out either. So I'm agreeing with you. Now they have added Gavin Sheets, who's couldn't make the White Sox. I mean, that's all you need to pretty much know about him. He's 28. Yep. He was a second-round draft choice. So at some point, somebody thought great of Gavin Sheets. But maybe he's the guy. Maybe it really will be Forrest Wall. Maybe it will be Ornelius Tanella. Let me get it right. Terso Ornelas.
Yes, Terso.
I thought Ornelas was his first name for a minute.
No, I've learned that it's Terso, not Tirso.
Tirso. Mike Brusso, Oscar Gonzalez, Jonathan Perlaza.
Yep.
These are all, at the moment, what Jeff Sanders wrote in the paper.
Yeah.
They're all lottery tickets. They hope that somebody hits.
One
as of
should.
now, but I don't. Well, you hope so. I just really think that they need to do some more. I do. If this is it, I'm going to be a little disappointed. I think, the Alex Verdugo thing raises it up quite a bit if you can afford him. And I keep hearing his name mentioned. Why? He's one of the only guys remaining. That's why. But I don't think this is enough yet. I think you're a little shy at this point.
And we also have to say, in a vacuum, this move doesn't make sense, but there could be more moves, and Jason Hayward could be a fourth bench guy.
Fourth outfielder, Jason Hayward seems fine.
Yes.
But
veteran presence.
Starting 75 to 80% of the time in left field.
Not happening.
I don't see it.
Now, the chat is kind of defending Jason Hayward a little bit.
Good.
Which I'm not sure. Tell me why Jason Hayward's a good fit.
Yeah,
for
what
this
is it
team.
that stands out about you to Jason Hayward? I mean, I'm looking in this decade, all right? You want to go back to 2011, 12, 13, okay. You had some pretty good years. But I'm talking 2021 and on, 214, 204, 269, 211. I see 6 home runs. I see 8. I see 1 because he was hurt. I see 15. I see 10. I don't see much.
Yeah.
I don't see much.
I don't either.
So
I was very confused by this signing.
I'm not confused. They're doing what they have to, what they need to
yes,
do.
in that
and
regard, you're right.
What they really kind of are left with having to do. But in my opinion, I don't think Jason Hayward is a 75% of the time starter.
I don't
And
either.
that's what he would project out to be as the left-handed hitting part of the platoon. So
I've been also reading a lot that Connor Joe is statistically better at first base. So maybe the platoon thing isn't going to be.
It has to be, because Connor Joe does not hit right-handed pitching.
Yeah.
His career stats. I mean, look, I'm no analytic guy. You know that.
No, I know.
But
We're just looking at.
I'm looking at what he's done. Connor Joe does not hit left-handed or right-handed pitching. He's a right-handed batter. He hits left-handed pitching, which is great. But you're gonna be asking for something that has not been done with Connor Joe. Right-handed pitching in his career, 235, 21 home runs. Not enough. All right. Take a break. More to come. Sam Levitt. We'll see what he has to say about these signings. Maybe he likes them a little better than we do. More Gwynn and Chris ahead.
Ben and Wood.
going to be what we're hoping for. It's our prediction. A lot of people on the chat think we're flat out wrong. Let me say this. I hope you guys are right. I hope he has. But people say he's going to have a career year. That's unlikely at this stage of his career. But even a career year for Jason Hayward is 20 home runs and 70 RBIs. I guess we would certainly take that. You know what I mean, though?
Yeah.
He's not going to go 35, 110, and finish in the top 10 of the MVP balloting.
You know, we have Sam on, by the way, Chris.
Yes, I know.
Just to let you know.
We do. And he's right there, and we're going to get him here.
I just wanted everybody to know because he's sitting on camera very politely.
Hello, Sam Levitt. Let me see him there. Let me see. Oh, there he is.
Hello.
The newest resident,
newest
resident of Ocean Beach.
That's right. Greetings from OB. Very close to the water.
Very good, Sam.
And
you are becoming a Southern California guy. You know,
I mean, poor guy is trying to tell us about OB, and you won't let him.
From crusty old New Yorker to beach bum in OB.
Yeah, well, I think I followed the typical path for a San Diegan, right? You move to PB, you put in your time there, kind of like the college party area, and then you move on, right? And and you move on to a different area. So that area for me was OB. Moved in on Monday. And now I'm getting ready to leave the place for 6.5 weeks.
Yes,
but the good news is that I got unpacked. I'm in a pretty good spot. Nothing on the walls yet. Nothing decorative, but I'm in a pretty good spot, and I'll deal with the rest when I get back.
Now, Sam, I recommend that after this move south from PB to OB, you reverse direction from here on out, and you go north. La Jolla, Del Mar. You know, move up to those.
Well, I mean, he can't afford all those places.
Oh, he's going to be able to afford it. You know he's going to take over the station before long.
I mean, it's already happened, Chris.
I get you. All right, so Sammy's on his way to Peoria tomorrow. Sam, give me, your breakdown. I called them lottery tickets, and I stole that from Jeff Sanders, so I'm giving him credit for it. But that's what the Padres are doing right now, isn't it? I mean, they're taking a bunch of shots on some guys, and they don't have to all work out. Just hopefully a couple of them do.
Yeah, I think, if we're being honest about it, it's probably not all that dissimilar from what they did with Jerks and Profar this time a year ago. And that was taking, I don't even want to call it a gamble because you were only paying the guy $1 million. So it wasn't much of a gamble, but you at least gave him a shot after, let's remember, what was a really difficult year for Jerkson in 2023, and it worked out wonderfully. Now, is there any guarantee of that with Connor Joe and Jason Hayward? Of course there isn't, but it's relatively low risk because you're not paying those guys very much at all. And look, I think if you want to look at it from the macro sense as a fan and be disappointed that the Padres, for one reason or another haven't been able to fill that gap in left field with a bigger contract, with maybe a bit more of a notable name, that's fine if you're unhappy with that. But I think we're at the point in the offseason where we have to live in the reality a little bit, and that appears to be where, hey, this was the type of move they were going to be able to make, at least for now, in that left field spot. And look, the options, if you don't bring Connor Joe in, if you don't bring Jason Hayward in to platoon out there, or at least give it a shot at the start of the season, what are your options? I mean, Tirso Ornelas, all respect to Tirso. We don't know what he is. He's been in the organization forever. If he gets a chance, he could go out there and crush it and make a name for himself. But we don't know what Tirso is at the major league level. Certainly, you would have assumed before these moves that he would be a real candidate to win a job out there. I don't know that that's the case anymore with these two moves, although we'll see what Tirso does during spring training. But look, you had Tirso Ornelas, Brandon Lockridge, some other guys that you brought in on minor league deals. I mean, it's not like Hayward and Joe are taking playing time away from anybody that was guaranteed at all to win a job at a spring training. So I'm really okay with it. Again, in the big picture, I understand, if fans are a little frustrated by it just because of the type of offseason it's been, but I think living in the here and now and the reality of where they're at and what's on the market right now for a corner outfield spot, I think it's certainly worth the signings and is really a sort of a low risk move for both these guys. And look, if you want to look at it as a platoon, I mean, the thing that I really lean into with these two guys, and I know Craig was talking about it earlier, you may have talked about it in your first couple of segments, is that Jason Hayward, traditionally very, very good against right-handed pitching, and Connor Joe's career numbers are very good against left-handed pitching. So that would scream maybe a real strict platoon against lefties and righties. We'll see how it shakes out, but you hope that, whether you want to use the term lottery ticket or lightning in a bottle, you hope you catch a little bit of something, and if not all the production that you'll lose without Jerks and Profar, you hope that you at least get some of it. And look, I know this is a super long answer, sorry, but
keep going. It's a good answer.
The reality is too.
We got another 10 minutes in the segment. Come on, Sam.
Cool.
Pick it up.
I know. No Tony today, so I'm trying to give
yes,
you guys a break.
You're covering beautifully.
Yeah, I also think the reality with this team offensively heading into the year, heading into Peoria, is that this lineup, as is, has a lot of star power. And is it a perfect lineup? No. I mean, but do we know what they're getting out of left field? No. Do we know what they're getting out of catcher? No. Do we know what they're getting out of the DH spot? Not really. Those are three spots in your lineup. I don't want to minimize that, but you have got a top half of the lineup that should be extremely productive if these guys are healthy. So I don't know that you needed, a big-time name in left field. If you can get enough production out of left field via Joe or Hayward or one way or another, I think it could work out pretty nicely. So we'll see. You hope it's, a guy like Hayward who's older. You hope it's more assigning like a Profar, like a Solano, like a Peralta, and not so much what we saw the year before in a Nelson Cruz and a Matt Carpenter, and time will tell.
We're talking to TikTok legend Sam Levitt here on 97.3 The Fan.
Who is referring him to? You? Is
Me.
that your?
Yes.
Okay.
On the graphic that I made, it says a legend in the making for one of his descriptors, and also wherever Sammy goes, the champagne flows. So we're going to continue with that, Sam. But I wanted to talk to you about Connor Joe in this aspect, because someone over the weekend was saying that we're overlooking the fact that he is a pretty good first baseman. Now, I brought it up to Chris earlier. He makes a good point that he can't be a starting first baseman on an everyday level. How much first base do you think we're going to see him play?
Yeah, I think there's a chance you'll see him play there quite a bit, right? Because, unless Luis Ariz is going to just play first base every day, and I don't know that he is, I certainly think you could see, depending on how these guys are swinging it, and again, depending on who else this team brings in over the course of the next month and a half, I still think they're not done here, whether that's a big move or other smaller moves. Look, you could see lineups where Hayward's in left and Connor Joe is playing first base and Luis Ariz is your DH. Like, I could see scenarios. Again, it's hard to say until we see the full picture of this roster, because they still have needs. And still that DH first base spot, if you want to put Joe really more as a left field type, still kind of murky of how they're going to fill that. So, look, I think positional versatility for somebody like him is important. It's important for any player. And if Connor Joe can show up and do some nice things offensively, look, I think he can certainly play himself into the lineup more, and having that positional versatility is certainly something that can help. Look, we saw that, if you want to compare it to bringing in a Donovan Solano last year, who could play some third, who could play some first base, and there are other examples on last year's team as well. So versatility is good. And, look, if he's hitting the ball well, I think there are probably scenarios where you'll see him at first base and, see Ariz as DH, or maybe it's a day where they get Jay Cronenworth off his feet and maybe Ariz goes to second base, a time or two over the course of, a month or so. So we'll see, but versatility is good.
Sammy Levitt is with us. He is the Padres pre- and post-game show host. He's also part-time broadcaster for the Padres. Had a couple of fine assignments last year. We expect to, hear him hopefully behind the mic a little more this year too. I'm just saying.
Chris is putting it out there in the universe.
I'm putting it out there for you, Sam. Are the Padres done in your mind, and would you be okay with that being the case, Sam?
Do I think they're done? No,
Okay.
I don't. I find that hard to believe. Even if it's not a big move, I would imagine there are going to be some other smaller deals that come through. I just don't see how there isn't. I mean, right now, I don't know, other than some of these kind of quadruple A type guys that they have, who's going to be on this bench, other than a Tyler Wade, who certainly will be there. I think at the very least you'll see some smaller moves. I just think they need it to fill out this roster. But look, I think the looming question is going to be, Chris, that is there something big down the pipeline here at some point? Is there going to be a major trade? Are they going to move a Cease? Are they going to move a Suarez or a King or an Arise? Again, you're starting to get the feeling based on the rumors that maybe that's not going to be the case. I personally hope it's not the case. If I were AJ Preller, and I'm not, my opinion is I'd almost rather roll with this team and these guys than make a major trade and create another hole. I think they are good enough as is to hang around at the very least until the summertime, and then you assess things from there, and then you add how you have to add, and we know AJ's very good at the deadline. So, look, my prediction is I don't think there will be a big move, but I do think there will be smaller moves still to be made, and look, I think it's just the necessity, and as prices come down, as we get into spring training, I would not be surprised if, there's another, major league contract or two given out, but at this point, I'd be surprised if there was a big-time move where they moved somebody and got multiple pieces back. But, of course, I think that's going to be the looming question is in an offseason where at times it seemed like that was inevitable, is that something they're ultimately going to do before we hit opening day? And I think that's a pretty looming question still over spring training.
I agree with that. We're talking to Sam Levitt here, 97.3 The Fan, and Sam is going to be departing for spring training tomorrow, so he'll be on the scene on Wednesday when Padres pitchers and catchers report to Peoria. But I heard Harold Reynolds earlier, Sam, on MLB Network, and he seems to want to trade all of the Padres stars. He talked about Fernando. Now he's saying Dylan Cease and Michael King might be traded. Like that is a sign of a rebuild to me. Is there any chance in your mind, and I know the answer is yes, there's a chance, but in your mind, to trade both of those guys before the season, or at least
Cease and King?
Yeah, leading up to the season.
Or what about Fernando?
No.
I'm not going to entertain.
Who did you say
mentioned
that?
Harold Reynolds said trade Fernando.
Oh.
So
well, just because Harold Reynolds says it doesn't mean
I get that. No, we're asking you how crazy that
so
would
you
be.
agree that that's crazy. That
I
at
think
least
that's
is crazy.
Yeah. Look, my opinion on where the Padres are right now, this is my opinion, okay? I'm not saying that, anything's for sure. Again, to me, that is a looming question as we get to Peoria tomorrow and Wednesday. Are they going to do something very, very significant as far as a trade at some point? I think that's a fair question to ask based on the rumors all offseason, based on what they need, all those things. But I am of the opinion, if I'm in the front office right now, that I think your team, your core, is good enough where I would rather roll with what you got, Cease, King, Arise. If I had to trade somebody, it would probably be Robert Suarez, and I love Robert Suarez, and he was great for the most part last year, but I just think your bullpen is deep enough where that would be the spot where you could lose them. You could lose somebody and get some stuff back to fill some other gaps. So that would be the guy I would look to move if I'm looking to move anybody. But aside from that, guys, I'm of the mindset here on February 10th as I get ready to leave for Peoria and, these guys are showing up, where I'm like, you got a good core of guys here. It's not going to be a perfect roster. But I think you've got enough to win and hang around and be right in this thing come the trade deadline, and then you assess it from there, good or bad. And if you're not, then they may have to make some difficult decisions with a number of guys in walk years. But you're so far from that. And when you come off a season where you've won 93 games and you have the top 6 or so in a lineup that they have, and you have a King and a Cease and a Darvish and a really solid bullpen, I just can't walk into a season thinking that the worst is going to happen or at this point that it would be smart to move both a King or a Cease, or both a Cease and a Rise. I mean, again, it's been a very quiet offseason. It's not a perfect roster. I think we all understand that. But put me in the category of being more bullish on this team just based on what they did a year ago and based on who they've got. Like, there's been a lot of talk about who they don't have. And I think, and again, I'm not trying to trick any fans out there, but just take a second and think about who they do have. And to me, there's an argument to be made that could be good enough to be right in this thing in the summer, and then you assess it from there. And maybe you can be a little bit more aggressive come the trade deadline, and you make a real run at this thing. I just, you got stars on this team in their prime. To me, I am not punting on that whatsoever.
I don't want you to punt either, Sam. Don't want you to hurt your leg. Last time we had Scraby kick a field goal, he hurt his kicking muscle, and the rest is history.
I didn't make the field goal either, so it was all for naught.
How long does it take you to drive down there, Sam, tomorrow?
I think it's about 5.5 hours.
5.5. Scraby goes about 4:25.
I actually drive like just over the speed limit. I'm not a speed demon.
You're that guy that goes whizzing by.
No, I am not that person.
Well, how do you make it in 4.5 when Sam's going 5.5? Come on.
I don't know how you can make it.
I didn't make it in 4.5. That's the thing. Is Chris is just saying this to make
me probably make a pit stop in Yuma. Last year I kind of detoured and I went right or south and what's the on the American side next to Mexicali?
El Paso?
Calexico?
Calexico.
Calexico?
Oh.
Calexico's the city on the other side of Mexicali, right? Am I
it's on our
accurate
side.
about that?
I have never once in my life thought, I'm going to go to Calexico.
I want to hear what triggered this idea.
I went off the highway. I went to Calexico. I had lunch there. I don't think I'm going to do that this time.
No,
I
don't
think
do
I'll just
that.
No, Calexico was great. I had a great time. I got some lunch, so I'll probably, well, we'll see. Maybe I will do it again. But certainly that was around Yuma. So around Yuma, I'll get off, have some lunch. I probably will stop at Cafe Adesso in Alpine. That has become my sort of annual coffee stop on my way out there.
Yeah,
Say hello to them. And head on.
Who is the Padre player? Here's a tough one. You got a minute or two left. Who is the Padre player that is most looking forward to seeing you?
I don't know.
That's a great question.
I don't think
Who's
any of the guys are...
Who's going to be happy to see you, Sam? Come on.
I don't think anybody's going to be ecstatic
I think they all like Sam because he doesn't
Sam.
bug them.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean.
I think I'm fairly well liked.
I
don't think anybody's jumping for joy.
That's why I asked the question. I'm assuming there'll be a few guys that'll come walking out of their locker stall to say hello.
I look forward to seeing everybody. A lot of the staff members, a lot of people who work for the Padres who are around a lot. So, hey, I love spring training. I really do. It's a good time. I'm excited. It's like a little sad that the off season's ending and you lose some of that freedom. But
perfectly normal to feel that way.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. And I love spring training. I really do. It's a great time of year, a unique time of year. So I don't think anybody's going to be I don't think any Padres stars could be like, "Hey, Sam, welcome back."
I think that's exactly what's going to happen.
Manny's going to walk up to you and be like, "Hey,
damn right.
You have an hour with me right now. Let's go."
Maybe we'll see.
You know who would have done it?
Who?
Jerks from Profar. He's the
I don't know
friendliest guy on the planet.
He is a friendly guy, but I don't know that he liked doing interviews.
Franmil Reyes would have come over and said hi.
Franmil Reyes would have definitely come over.
When are you guys coming?
Not for a while.
March 16th we're driving out
Don't
there.
hold your breath. Don't hold your breath. It'll be a while. Thanks, Sam. Appreciate all the insight. We'll see you soon down there. All right, Sam Levitt, Padres, down in Peoria, starting tomorrow. Gwynn and Chris, Daily Gambit. How'd we do on our Super Bowl props? Check in on that next. today. Tony's Idol. Chrisello, Matt Scraby together in our Odyssey Palace studios. San Diego, California. Is it wrong of me that every time there is a Super Bowl, I honestly get a little forlorn? Just in the sense that we don't have a team nor a stadium. It gets to me a little. You know, it crosses my mind. Like, we're not even involved in this anymore.
See, I think you were a part of the Chargers a lot longer than I was. When I moved here in 1999, the Chargers were terrible.
And they were almost out.
They were almost out. So
yeah, it was a big part of.
But I can understand why people who have lived here their whole life or have.
It was a
lots
big part of what I
did
all the time. I covered a lot of training camps. I covered a lot of, games, and met a lot of the play.
Yeah.
And so not having a team, and then every time I drive by, and not having a stadium.
Does it make you feel any better that the Chargers still haven't been to the Super Bowl since they
moved? A little bit. I will say that that's something I quietly root for each year. I really don't ever want to. But I don't think I have to root that much.
No.
I think Spanos' incompetence will take care of that for me.
Even with the new Jim Harbaugh regime?
What happened last year? What happened this year in the playoffs?
I'm not sure.
They went right back to chargering
they
very quickly.
Did.
Hour number 2 of the program, Gwynn and Chris, we will have a good, bad, and ugly from yesterday's Super Bowl, so stick around for that. We have Chris versus the fans, Big Five. Padres pen pals a little later, and we just talked some.
Possibly.
Oh, you're still deciding.
Well, I don't really.
Scraby's the producer of the show, so what he comes up with,
really
we
know
follow
if I
along.
have enough yet. So.
All right, well, we'll see.
Okay,
it's a possibility. Sam Levitt was with us in the last segment, talked some updated Padres stuff. Gavin Sheets. I hope that does it for you. That's the latest.
I'm fine with the Padres picking up players that younger who maybe have
Sheets is
an
28.
unknown potential that we haven't tapped
Sheets
in
is
yet.
28. He's not exactly
a high draft
spring
pick, I guess.
chicken.
I know.
He's hit double figures in home runs every year.
See, that's good.
11, 15, 10, 10. He's hit 203 the last 2 years, 233. Again, it's a lottery ticket. I'm going to go with that.
Yeah.
I think Jeff Sanders is, hit it on the head, and so I'm going to steal it, and I'm going to use it.
But when
because
that
I think that
ticket,
it describes what's happening here.
When that lottery ticket becomes a dud, people can't complain that this is what we have. I mean,
some people are going to be upset no matter what you do. And some people are going to forget. As Sam said in the last segment, they're going to forget who the Padres actually still have, rather than thinking about who they've newly acquired.
It's hard
because who they've newly acquired does not lead you to believe that we're heading to the World Series. But who we still have, in my mind, could be wrong, still keeps them in contention, playoff contention for sure. And once you're there, we've all seen what can happen. Last year, the Dodgers were the top seed. They took the whole thing. But the previous, 12 years, that never happened.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Yeah.
And one last thing, because people, I guess, are asking you to ask me what I thought of the halftime show. Mm-hmm. My walk with Kylie the dog was relaxing and wonderful.
You didn't watch it?
As it is every year.
I knew you were out and about.
Yeah, I didn't watch it.
I remembered that.
I don't watch the halftime show, hardly ever. But I will say, reading about it a lot today.
Yeah,
it seems some people are trying to politicize the whole thing. And I don't know whether that's true or not because I didn't see it.
That's because one of his dancers held up a flag, and we don't even need to get into that. That's why they're politicizing.
That's why they're politicizing it. I kind of wish we could just sit back and enjoy Kendrick Lamar for Kendrick Lamar, but maybe he did mean to politicize some of it. I don't know for sure.
Tony said on Twitter, fire performance by Kendrick.
Tony was thought he was fantastic.
I thought it was pretty good too. The only weird part is I didn't know who he brought on stage, and they never put up their names, and so I had to Google who he was with. And then at one point,
did you have to Google Serena Williams?
Well, no, that's the funny part.
You knew
I'm
her.
is that Serena Williams? And I'm there's zero chance that she's on Kendrick Lamar's stage at the Super Bowl halftime show.
Yeah, she was.
Apparently, she was.
Yeah, that was
What
her.
is she doing? Stephen A. had a great response to that for Serena's husband. Why are you on stage?
They said she was on stage to
ex?
diss her ex-husband, Drake. Well,
okay, Jocelyn goes. She types out SZA, which is the woman that was with Kendrick. SZA, that's it.
Yeah,
She goes, come on, Scraby. I'm sorry. I am not an 18-year-old girl.
Why do I sound more hip than you?
I don't know.
That I know it's SZA.
I told
my wife didn't know who that was either.
I told my mom
She's like, who's
Za.
that? I go, that's SZA.
I told her it was Za.
My wife was like, what? I'm like, SZA, come on, get with it. All right, let's get to the Daily Gambit, please.
Do you like money?
I think about money a lot.
Do you like money without doing anything?
Winning.
Do you want to make money while watching sports?
I think Washington is immortal luck.
Washington! Woohoo!
If you answered yes, this is your segment. Just don't blame us when you lose.
Nothing is ever your fault.
It's your game. Take it.
Gwynn and Chris go through the top bets of the day in The Daily Gambit on 97.3 The Fan.
Daily Gambit is our daily sports betting segment here on Gwynn and Chris. Please, everybody, gamble responsibly. We have a bunch of bets to review, but first, this hour 97.3 The Fan is brought to you by Robert Half. 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Our recruiting professionals utilize an award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today. Did you already read that?
Nope.
Okay, good. You looked at me. You gave me that look like I already read this. But
Actually,
you
did not
didn't.
give you a look. I was looking up there.
Oh, okay.
Didn't look at you at all.
Let's get into what we did on Friday. Now, St. John's was at UConn. UConn a 4-point favorite in this game. Chris, you chose UConn, and Tony and I chose St. John's. St. John's wins.
Straight up.
68-62.
Rick Pitino is not a great guy. He is a great coach. Take that for what it's worth. He's a great coach.
Yeah.
I mean, he's turned St. John's from nothing to something really quick.
You know, for the guy who is the best coach on earth, his team has not, lost some games this year.
Yeah, it's quite amazing for a guy that is far and away the best coach ever invented.
On earth. Yeah.
There can't be anybody rooting for Danny Hurley to have success any longer.
I will say, when I see UConn lose, there's a small part of me that smiles.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Florida at Auburn. Auburn was the number 1 team in the country, I believe.
They still are.
They still are.
Yeah.
Well, they were 8.5-point favorites against Florida. Tony and I chose Florida. Florida won by 9, 90-81.
Right, on the road, but Auburn stayed number 1. Alabama is number 2. So the state of Alabama has the top 2 teams in college hoops right now.
Did UConn just drop out of the top 25?
Yes.
You cannot call yourself the best coach of all time if your team's not very good. It's crazy. I know he just won national championship.
The year they won the national championship against the Aztecs, I don't know that they were ranked that year either. They were number 4. Well, they might have been like number 20. But they were a 4 seed that year.
Well, he was still getting into being the greatest coach of all time.
Right, now he's hopefully getting out of that.
All right, OKC, 19-point favorites over the Raptors, and we all chose OKC. OKC did win, but they did not cover 129-109, so we lose that one. The Super Bowl, over under 48.5 points scored. Chris and I went under. Tony went over.
Yeah.
40 plus 22 equals 62.
Yeah, I was upset because that would seem like a game that was under.
Side note, Jalen Hurts is on ESPN right now from Disneyland or World or wherever he's at.
He looks more awake than most guys.
I was just thinking the same thing.
Okay.
Most guys look half drunk and asleep. He looks pretty good.
He looks pretty sharp.
All right, back to the bets. Saquon, over under 110.5 rushing yards in the game. Chris went over. Tony and I went under. He had 57 rushing yards
Broke
yesterday.
one run for about 7 or 8 yards.
Yeah.
Yeah. But again,
they didn't need him.
They did, but you got to also adjust some things defensively. That's not where they were attacking you mostly.
No.
I mean, Jalen Hurts had wide open receivers all day.
And he was making throws, too.
He was, but Saquon got so much attention, I think he really helped open things up for everyone.
And another reason the Giants should just feel stupid for letting Saquon go like they did.
It's unbelievable that general manager for the Giants is back next year.
And he's going to lead the development of the future. Xavier Worthy, over under 6.5 rushing yards. I believe you brought this up, Chris, because the guy who was saying it was a lock.
Said it was the best bet of the whole Super Bowl.
All of us said, okay, let's go with this.
Yeah, he didn't get a carry.
Get carry.
No.
But he did have a big receiving night.
He had a good game receiving, but he did not go over 6.5 yards rushing.
Jersey number for the first touchdown.
That's what you get for listening to these experts who pound the table and are guaranteeing you stuff. There's no guarantees in this betting stuff.
No, there's zero guarantees.
Right.
A jersey number of the first touchdown, over under 15.5. It was Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts is the number 1.
But that looked like a loss for a moment.
It did.
Because Dotson caught the ball. We thought that was touchdown. He was number 83.
Yes.
So that was a big decision to a lot of people.
Huge decision.
Yes.
3 field goals total in the game. Chris went over, Tony and I went under, and Jake Elliott had all 4. Like we said,
Yes.
Harrison Butker kicked onside kicks, and that's it.
Jake Elliott actually tried 11 kicks in that game.
Because they kept, stopping it. And...
No, they kept jumping. The Eagles kept false
That's
starting.
what I meant, stopping and having to do
He made
something.
4 extra points, 4 field goals, and 3 field goals that didn't count. He had a good game.
He did. For a
He
guy who
sure did.
struggled this year, he picked a really great day to not miss a kick.
Yes.
Any quarter, 22.5 points combined.
Right.
Chris and I said no. Tony said yes. Tony almost got it. The final quarter was 16 points for the Chiefs, 6 points for the Eagles. 22.
Yeah.
And then the final one, 2-point conversion. Chris and I said yes. They did have 2 2-point conversions.
They sure did, and they went for a third.
They did. They did.
So for the week, I was the winner this week at 20-13. Tony finished second, tied with you. You guys were both 15-18. So I won the week.
What was your record?
20-13. You guys were 15 and
pretty
18.
good.
Yeah, not bad. We'll pick a couple of games when we come back. Also, an update on Luka Doncic. Does he make his Laker debut tonight?
Ooh.
If he does, you'd want to watch the game. If he doesn't, it's Lakers-Utah, and who cares?
I also have something that he did better than the Chargers, too.
Coming up after traffic. Don't forget, be listening at 5:30 or shortly thereafter. We will announce today's biggest fan. Chance to qualify for the night in the Odyssey Suite. Future Padres game. You get to bring 20 of your closest friends. If you are not yet registered for this prize, take a moment now. Go to 973thefansd.com/biggest-fan and get registered. It only takes a moment. Put your name in, blah, blah.
Blah, blah.
Press send, and then wait for your name to be called. And be listening every day. 9:30,
blah, blah, blah.
Right. 9:30 we call a name. 1:30 we call a name. And then on our show, 5:30, there's a name called. That will be the case again later today. Gwynn and Chris on San Diego's numero uno sports station. What did I want to say? I thought one of my funnier moments at the Super Bowl watching yesterday.
Wait, you and your wife? Or were you at a party?
We had a few people over.
Okay.
But we didn't go to a party. We had a few people
Thanks
over.
for the invite.
It was, yeah.
I'm just kidding, Chris. I'm
You
kidding.
really wanted to hang out with us? I find that hard to
I
believe.
didn't go anywhere yesterday like I said I would.
Can't imagine you would have wanted to. Was when they showed the celebrities in the crowd. First of all, Taylor Swift apparently was booed heavily. You
wonder
couldn't
why.
tell on the telecast. Some people said that the telecast, put in cheers over some of the boos. I'm not
can't
saying
tell,
whether that
but it
happened or not.
Does kind of sound like that.
There were people at the game who recorded, with their phones or whatever, when Taylor was put up on the big screen, said it was a heavy booze.
I wonder why.
I think this is the first time she's ever lost a game. She probably didn't even know that that's possible.
It's true.
She was looking around like, what? I don't think they'd ever lost.
It's funny
with her
that
at a game.
Taylor's not by Travis's side after they lose, but she is after they win. No, I'm
hopefully
just
she
kidding.
was.
I'm not putting that on
I'm
Taylor.
sure she was. But the funnier moment was when they were dancing around showing different ones, and they showed a shot of Kevin Costner with Pete Davidson.
Weird pairing.
Just thought that was the most mismatched pairing you could ever have. And I was just thinking maybe Kevin Costner was called up late. Hey, can I get in? And they said, well, we got one ticket. We can give it to you. But you're going to have to sit next to Pete Davidson. And I guess Kevin Costner said, okay. Personally, I kind of think Pete Davidson is funny, but I just think it's kind of an interesting.
It's very interesting.
It seemed like an interesting
It's very
match.
interesting. They also showed Adam Sandler talking to Paul McCartney, and
Right.
then Rob Manfred was there.
How did he get into that booth?
Seriously, Rob Manfred's not cool enough to be in the Adam Sandler Paul McCartney booth.
Yeah, if there's booze, Manfred's there, baby.
But I'm thinking he's in the.
Of course, we don't know what Rob Manfred even drinks. We just, on our show, we make it sound to everybody like he does.
Yes, he does.
All right. Let's get a couple of picks in. The Lakers. You play music under the pick segment today?
We always play music
We
under
do.
the Daily
Did not know.
Gambit. What?
Really?
Yes, every single day.
Huh.
For the past 4 years.
Focused on my selections.
Okay.
Lakers are 12 points over Utah tonight. Now, this is at L.A. And this may or may not be Luka's debut. There's still conflicting reports, although moments ago he was upgraded to probable, which tells me I'm going to tune in, watch some of the game tonight. I want to see Luka play for the Lakers. I mean, are you kidding me? So he's now probable. This is the much anticipated debut. Lakers have won 5 in a row. And before we pick the game, you wanted to point out what Luka did today, which is a pretty good way to ingratiate yourself to your new fan base.
So Luka announced that he's going to give $500,000 to the fire efforts up there in LA.
Very good, Luka.
And the first thing I thought of was the Chargers only gave $200,000 and one individual gave $500.
The Chargers
organization gave $200.
They can do nothing to get out of their own way. They just can't. They were the first ones to donate, the Chargers. They're like, hey, we're in, $200,000 will help you. Everyone else has destroyed that figure.
Someone donated $1 million. And let me just say, it is very nice that the Chargers did anything, but it seems cheapskatey to me when you donate money and you don't donate that much.
I'm with you. I hate to say
I mean, if you're such a great partner or team in LA, you should be willing to spend your money on LA. Anyway.
Doncic, -12. LeBron is also probable. So he missed the game over the weekend. Anyway, for betting purposes, you kind of have to take the Lakers tonight, don't you?
Yeah.
You taking them?
Yes.
The other story, by the way, if you missed it over the weekend, the Lakers trade for Mark Williams, the guy from Charlotte, to give them a big man was rescinded.
It was.
Because Mark Williams did not pass his physical at all.
Crazy.
Dalton Connect is back with the Lakers. Awkward. And even more awkward, Mark Williams returned to Charlotte, and the Hornets tweeted out, "We are thrilled to have him back." Really?
You
were so
him.
quickly. Yes, you just traded him. Now you're ecstatic to have him back. Well, what did you trade him for in the first place?
That is weird.
Kinda weird.
Where else can they go with that? But
it's kind of whatever.
That is weird.
Cleveland -9.5 over Minnesota tonight. The Cavaliers continue along atop the Eastern Conference. The Timberwolves, who were a Western Conference finalist last year, are just a half game ahead of the Clippers for the 6th spot in the West. It's not been a good year for Minnesota.
No.
Cleveland by 9.5 at home. You're up.
I'm going to say T-Wolves.
You're going to go with the T-Wolves.
Don't know if they win, but
all right.
9.5 is a lot.
Cleveland is 24-4 at home. I kind of like Minnesota too, though. Ant-Man 29.5 points in that game. Over or under? The Ant-Man has been on fire.
He has.
Didn't he have a 49 and a 41 last week?
Didn't he have a 50 recently? Maybe not last week, but
Ant-Man has been hot. 29.5. I'm trying to look at his recent. If I missed a game over the weekend.
While you're looking, Michael adds, Chargers added $1 million later to targeted charities only after the Rams gave $1 million.
Okay, all right. Well, we got to at least report it correctly.
Hey, I'm fine with forcing people to donate.
There we go. So they did add $1 million. Good.
Yes.
Ant-Man.
According to Michael in the chat.
All right, Michael. Thank you.
You found
yes, Ant-Man 49 and 41 in his last 2 games. He's not played for a few days. I'll go over. 29.5.
I'm going to go over too.
We're agreeing on all 3.
Yes.
Who scores more points plus rebounds plus assists? Wemby or SGA? This is everything, not just scoring. Let me tell you who they're playing. Wemby, the Spurs, is taking on the Wizards. SGA is home to the Pelicans. That matters.
Wemby just does everything, so I'm going to go Wemby. If this was a points thing, I'm going SGA.
I'm going to go SGA because Wemby doesn't get credit for block shots.
Apparently, Anthony Edwards is questionable, so we might have to nix that bet.
All right, we will if we must. There's really nothing tonight. I got one college basketball game. Clemson 4.5 over North Carolina. Now, that's surprising because Clemson is never better than North Carolina. But they are right now. North Carolina is just 7-5 in the conference. Clemson is 11-2 and just beat Duke.
Wow.
At home. Are they going to back it up tonight over North Carolina? I say no. I'll take Carolina plus 4.5.
I'll take Clemson.
You got them.
Clemson.
That's it. There's just no games. The NHL's completely off, by the way, for 2 weeks.
We're in
I don't know what they're doing, but the NHL's not playing for 2 weeks.
What are they? What? I didn't know that.
Yeah, there's some tournament going on. I'll try to look it up during the break. But yeah, there's not a single NHL game until February 22nd.
That's weird.
Yeah.
All right.
It's not like the Olympic break like they used to. That made sense when they would stop the season for the Olympics. What are they doing?
I don't know.
It's called the Four Nations Face-Off.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
4 nations, like which 4 nations? The U.S., Canada?
It is, yes. They just, U.S., Canada, Finland, and Sweden. NHL players filling those rosters.
Tyler says it's like the NHL's WBC, World Baseball Classic.
Okay. They're going to play from now to February 20th, so they had to stop the season for 2 weeks for this.
See, this is a problem for me if I'm hockey. The fact that I have no idea that this is even a thing.
I know.
I should know at least it's a thing.
Right.
With all the news that I look at every day.
Hockey fans are going to love this. I'm a hockey fan, but yeah, I'm not really into it at this point. Got to be honest.
I'll watch it.
Take a break. What's next? Good, bad, ugly? We going there?
Yes, sir.
All right, some more fun on Super Bowl 59 when Gwynn and Chris continue.
Ben
Program rolling along nicely. Here on a Monday. Tony Gwynn Jr.'s idol, Chris Ello, Matt Scraby, together in our Odyssey Palace studios. Gwynn and Chris, 97.3 The Fan. We got Chris versus the Fans coming up at the top of the hour. Motley Crue could be in your future. And we got the biggest fan giveaway in the 5 o'clock hour, 5:30 to be precise.
I think it's closer to 5:35 if we're being fair.
Yeah, but I want everybody to tune in, at least make sure you're here by 5:30.
Okay.
So you don't miss it. Padres have added Connor Joe, Jason Hayward, Gavin Sheets. That's kind of the reaction. Again, they could hit. Somebody could hit. It happened last year. But because Profar did it, doesn't mean these guys are going to do it.
Yeah.
But also because Nelson Cruz and Matt Carpenter didn't do it, doesn't mean these guys won't do it. There's comparisons to both success and lack of. Could go either way. Hopefully.
I have more on the Scraby show about the.
Yes, I know. You and Jason Hayward are total buddies, I can tell.
I'm just not anything against Jason Hayward. I'm just like.
Nobody hates Jason Hayward more than you, except for the Dodgers.
Apparently.
The guy hit a game-winning 3-run homer last year on a Thursday night, I think it was, or something. He beat Seattle, bottom of the 8th inning, 3-run, tie-breaking homer, 6-3, Dodgers win. Big game at the time. The next day, or the day after that, he was released.
I have to think
just
that maybe
released.
He knew.
I mean, it wasn't even like, hey, see if we can trade you or catch you on. No, just see ya. He ended up going to Houston, where he hit like four home runs and batted .208 the rest of the season.
With that's the thing.
I know.
There's no room for a 211 hitter on the team. Sorry.
Scraby's not having it.
Like 240? Sure.
Okay.
211,
he can certainly hit 240.
Let's hope.
Wow, you are really down on.
Well, I mean, I'm looking at the numbers, and the numbers don't bear.
He hit a home run on his very first at bat. I remember that when he was
I do
10 years
that.
old. He was 20 years old.
He skipped AAA, didn't he?
He was. I don't know. He played early. 20 years old for Atlanta. Homered. His career batting average is .256. You would take that, would you not?
Yes, but what's his last 3 years been like?
I already went over it.
I know.
It wasn't good.
That's why I brought it up again.
There's a 204 in there, and there's a 211 in there.
Yeah, those aren't good.
Let's go to traffic and then shift our attention back to Super Bowl 59, the good, the bad, the ugly.
From the 855 Get Ross Traffic Center, protecting San Diego after accidents or injury, here's Kelly Danick.
Got a number of problems already this afternoon. Stalled motorhome in the slow lane south on 5 before Imperial. Also South 805 got a two-car collision on the Imperial Avenue off-ramp. It's partially in lanes. Northbound side of the 805 a stall on the Plaza Boulevard off-ramp. That's over the right shoulder. Also, North 5 Coastline just past the racetrack collision has been moved over the right shoulder. Then up ahead at Carlsbad Village Drive got a stalled vehicle over to the right shoulder. West 8 before Greenfield, accident partially blocking the fast lane, and two-car collision northbound 15 at El Norte Parkway. That's over to the right shoulder. I'm Kelly Danick with Gwynn and Chris, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
3, 2, 1. It's over. The Philadelphia Eagles have won Super Bowl 59. They have beaten the Kansas City Chiefs 40-22. It's their second Super Bowl win in 7 years. What a game. What a season. What a team. The greatest Eagles team in modern history. Eagles fans, savor it and rejoice.
And try not to attack too many policemen in downtown Philadelphia.
Yeah, that's what they do.
Merrill Reese on the call there. Merrill's been, I think he was at the very first Eagles championship in the 1940s. I'm not kidding. I mean, he's probably been around that long. So very exciting for him to be a part of it. And for all of the Eagles fans out there, thumbs up to all you guys. I know a lot of them. Played with a lot of them on my my softball team a couple years ago. All Philadelphia, all great fans.
And they're
crazy Philadelphia fan. When you're an Eagle fan, you're pretty pretty much dead. You're way in.
I was gonna say,
you bought in.
Eagles fans are known for being nice and quiet and.
Well, the ones that booed Santa Claus, that gave all Philadelphia fans a bad name.
And even then, I think
forevermore.
it was that's a misconception.
No, it isn't. No.
I thought there was like a. Oh no, it was the snowballs. That's what it was. That's a misconception.
No, they threw snowballs at Santa Claus too.
I've heard that. Okay, anyway.
There's video of it. Anyway, let's go to the good, the bad, and the ugly from Super Bowl 59. I don't think we've mentioned him yet today, but he's certainly the good, and that's Jalen Hurts. I mean, come on. He outrushed Saquon Barkley.
He was good.
And he outplayed Patrick Mahomes. That's
did.
all you need to know about how good Jalen Hurts was to run away with the Super Bowl MVP trophy. And I really like Jalen Hurts for a lot of reasons. He's a great player. He's fun to watch. But he is very, unlike today's athlete, he is not a look-at-me type of guy.
No.
He does his job. He gets off the field. He goes and, shakes hands with somebody and looks at his computer for the next play. I love that. I don't think there's enough of it. I don't need you to point at yourself every time you gain a first down. Jalen Hurts does not do that. And I think I know why. Because no matter how great Jalen Hurts thought he was, in 2017 maybe, he got yanked out of the national championship football game by Nick Saban, and he got replaced by a young guy named, what was that guy's name again? Who took over for
Tua Tagovailoa.
That's right. And Tua Tagovailoa threw the game-winning touchdown
Tua
pass.
Tagovailoa.
That's right, darn right he did. And not only did he do that, but Jalen Hurts then had to carry Tua's bag for like a year.
Oh, he transferred to Oklahoma.
And then he finally had to transfer to Oklahoma so he could play again.
Yeah.
And if that doesn't teach you to not be full of yourself, I don't know what does. And you know what? It could have knocked a lesser athlete out.
Yeah.
For good.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge thing to deal with.
Right? And it didn't. Jalen Hurts went to Oklahoma. He finished second in the Heisman, got himself drafted, not as high as Tua Tagovailoa. But guess who's better
Tua
now?
Tagovailoa.
Who's better now? Who would you... I mean, even it's not even a close contest, right?
I think
really?
Jalen Hurts just edges it.
Just edges two out, yeah. So great for Jalen Hurts. I was really, he's a kind of guy I can root for.
I agree.
So he wins the MVP. He was the good. This is not the bad. But next time you're interviewing a guy after a game, Aaron Andrews, you don't have to make him try to cry.
But that's
you don't
what,
have
that's
to do
a job.
something. You don't have to do something that might go viral and give you more and more attention.
But that's her job.
It was so uncomfortable, I couldn't stand it.
That's her job, though.
That's not her job.
To
Her
go
job's
viral is now. I mean, it's almost her job now.
Her job is to give me an interview and find out what Jalen Hurts had to say about winning the game.
Quite honestly, the game was so lopsided that I didn't even watch the last 3 minutes and didn't really watch any of the interviews after the game.
All right. Jalen Hurts is the good. The bad is clearly Patrick Mahomes. And I usually try to come up with something a little off-center for these awards and the good, the bad, and the ugly. But I don't think there was anything else you could come up with. Patrick Mahomes is just flat out the worst game he's ever had in his career. Everybody's saying it. He made his throw. The interceptions were one thing. The passes that he missed early in the game, just missed guys.
Yep.
I've not seen that before.
No, Travis Kelce dropped passes too.
It was really a mess. And I know that Patrick Mahomes, a lot of people who just think he's the greatest are going to say, well, he didn't have enough time to throw, the offensive line. Hey, you're Patrick Mahomes. You're supposed to be the greatest quarterback who ever lived. That means you don't need time.
And he did not say one thing about his offensive line after the game.
No.
So
he didn't blame it.
To.
He wouldn't blame it on him. His 10.9 quarterback rating in the first half was the third worst of any quarterback in any game this whole season. That includes Bryce Young. That includes Kirk Cousins. That includes anybody you can name.
The guy who started Brandon Allen against the Packers.
I mean, whoever you can name the worst quarterbacks in all of football. Only two guys had a worse rating than the great Patrick Mahomes did. And I thought his pass over the middle there near the end of the first half that Zach Braun dove for.
Yeah.
I thought that was play of the game. It was 17-0. We all knew the Chiefs were going to go down. They're going to score before halftime. Then they were going to get the second half kick. They're going to score again, and we're going to have a ball game. And Mahomes right away pick. Eagles go in 24-0. Game over.
The look on his face too, Patrick Mahomes, after he's throwing these interceptions, it was totally like, what am I doing?
A little bewilderment, yeah, for sure.
Like definite bewilderment. The whole, I mean, the defense was the same. They just look confused, which is so unlike a Chiefs team. And like we said earlier, that first penalty that gave the Chiefs the ball after that fourth down catch by A.J. Brown, I thought that was going to spur the Chiefs into something. It didn't. It didn't.
It didn't matter.
It was such an un-Chiefs-like performance.
You could have had, what was the guy? Who was the ref who blew the Houston game? I can't remember now, but you could have had all 7 of that guy, and it wouldn't have made a difference.
It wouldn't. They didn't have a chance to do anything.
Yesterday. One more thing on Patrick Mahomes. Tom Brady, I think, kept trying to prop him up down the stretch of the game, and you said you kind of tuned out. Kept saying that, he's a gamer, he's going to keep playing, he's going to keep fighting. That's the problem with having Tom Brady as the analyst. What he should have been saying is what everybody else was thinking, is that this is the worst game of his life. And he just didn't have the chutzpah or the guts to say what we were all thinking. And
what was that?
I think it's a disservice. Why? Because he's too close to these guys. I'm not a Tom Brady guy. Should have said he's having a terrible game. Instead, he kept saying he's going to keep on. No, I didn't hear it.
I think he would have said that about Jalen Hurts, too.
I don't think Brady's not my guy.
Okay.
The ugly. He's lost a lot of weight. He looks much better. But Andy Reid turned in one of the worst performances a coach has ever done in a Super Bowl game. And that's saying something for a guy that's going to be easily in the Hall of Fame. But yesterday was not his day. Do you know how many times they called for a running play in the game? 7.
The Chiefs.
The Chiefs, 7 running plays. It's the lowest in the history of the Super Bowl.
Well, I knew that was going to be a case. I mean, Patrick Mahomes attempts 35 to 40 passes per game.
You've got to run the ball early in the game, get the Eagles, a little off balance. They only threw, in their first 4 possessions, when the score was 7-0 and, 0-0, 1 running play. I don't know what Andy Reid was thinking. And especially when you could see that the passing game was getting destroyed by the pass rush. You got to try to do something to slow that pass rush down.
You do.
Now, apparently, when Andy Reid was the head coach of the Eagles, back when he kept losing the championship, he did this often.
Like
he was very criticized for it.
Yeah.
That he forgot the running game. Well, he did it yesterday, too. And he made no adjustments in the game. That's what really frustrated me. Vic Fangio called, let's just go regular base defense here on
Here we
one.
go, another Vic Fangio.
And then he called that on the first play, and then he could have just put a tape recording up and done it all game. Chiefs never did anything different to make him change. I think that's a terrible job by Andy Reid, and he knows it.
Jacob has a great point in the chat. Andy Reid thought the Chiefs or the referees were going to help him out, so he didn't have a plan.
Yeah. This was a defeat so soundly and decisive that the refs didn't matter, the broadcasters didn't matter.
No,
we can't really have any fun with anything when there's just this bad of a beatdown.
Can I also say that I don't really like watching games in the Caesars Superdome? I don't know why.
The lighting or something?
Yeah, it's the lighting. It's weird. I'm not a big fan of it.
I want to add one thing to Vic Fangio, the greatest defensive coordinator of all time.
Get off Dick. Not Dick Monfort. I was about to say Dick Monfort. Get off Vic Fangio.
His record against Patrick Mahomes before that game was 0-8. So this whole notion that he has Patrick Mahomes figured out, and yesterday his 4 guys blew up the offensive line and made him look like a genius.
Not even a choice.
Simple
or
as
chance.
that.
I mean, I'm using the wrong words today.
No. How many times it was 6 sacks, 16 pressures, a fumble, 2 picks. I mean, it was destruction.
I'm sorry to all the Chiefs fans that are hearing us talk so badly about your team, but A, I felt it the last 2 out of the last 2 times the Chiefs beat the 49ers in the Super Bowl, and B, it was so nice to see those guys have like real life happen to them, because all year long it was really easy for them to win these one-score games. Not even close to a one-score game. Ooh.
Their one-score streak is still alive.
You're right.
It was not threatened yesterday.
The last thing is when Travis Kelce was walking out of the locker room. I like Travis Kelce, no issues with him.
Okay.
And he was so sad, but he was wearing this like glittery shirt. It was so funny to me because I bet you he thought this glittery shirt's gonna look great after we three-peat.
When me and Taylor come walking out of the locker room together, yeah. Look, if you're a Chiefs fan, just wear it today. You have had more excitement, more happiness, more reason to celebrate than practically any fan in all of sports over the last 5 years. Yesterday was not your day, and I would happily trade it with you as a fan of a team that hasn't even been near a Super Bowl in 32 years.
Yeah.
What the Chiefs had to go through yesterday, that's painful, no question. If I was a Chiefs fan, I'd have been hating every minute of that. But, you just got to wear it today. And as you said earlier, we're talking up the greatness of the Eagles, but we don't like them either.
No.
Like, I'm not really excited for the Eagles here at all.
No, I'm just excited.
That's not one of my great
Chiefs
favorite
lost.
teams. Yeah. So we really couldn't win here in the game yesterday. But the lesser of two evils was the Eagles.
Yeah,
winning.
it was, and I can get behind a Jalen Hurts type of.
I can too.
MVP.
I said that. Barkley did not rush the ball well, but he caught 6 passes. He threw a couple of key blocks.
He did.
That led to big completions. Yep. Barkley's a winning player.
He is,
and that was big. You ended up winning. Now, what was the final result on our?
Oh, I have it for 420.
Okay,
unless you want to do
contest?
it here, unless you want to do it here, I can go grab it real quick.
No, that's all right. We can. I thought I was going to win until the last minute.
Here,
and then you hit that long bomb to your shot in the dark, Xavier Worthy. Maybe you should be the Padre guy signing these players the way you hit that one out of flat out nowhere.
I drove home on Friday night and I was thinking, man, that was really dumb. Like, why would you go with Xavier Worthy? And I was like even thinking I should text the guys and see if I can change it.
Up.
And I didn't, and it worked out for me. Here are the scores, Chris. We'll just do it right now because there's not much to go over.
Okay.
I won the matchup. Even I couldn't find the Chiefs defense score.
It wasn't
so I
very
gave
good.
myself a 0.
Yeah, 0 would be. Might have had less than 0, but yeah, that's fine.
86.95. Obviously, Xavier Worthy was my guy. Tony had 74.57. His guy was
Tony
Patrick
beat
Mahomes
me?
because he said MVP. No, you beat Tony 78.16.
Okay.
Your
Tony.
big player was Jalen Hurts, and he was the MVP, so he got 43
I
points.
took both kickers, which paid off for one kicker and not the other. But yeah, we had some fun with that. Okay, so you won that one. Because Xavier Worthy statistically had a fantasy guy's dream.
He did. He was the only guy who had a real big game outside of Jalen Hurts.
The Chiefs had 23 yards at halftime and 1 first down.
I couldn't believe it.
How is that possible?
I could not believe that the Chiefs did not score a point until the third quarter. I honestly was sitting there the whole time like, when is this going to turn around? Because at halftime I thought, hey, Patrick Mahomes is so good, he's going to come back, and this is going to be one of those things where we talk about the greatness of Patrick Mahomes for the next year before the next NFL season.
I don't want to call out my neighbor because she's a terrific lady who is a huge Eagles fan. But I told her I'd stop by at halftime to see how she was doing because I always take the dog for a walk.
Okay.
And I came in, and she was, needless to say, really excited because they were 24-0 at the time. She was celebrating with a shot every time they scored a touchdown. I was a little worried about her. Fortunately, only scored one more in the second half. But she said correctly at halftime, I'm still a little nervous.
I think everybody,
right? Because you just never know.
Never know.
With Mahomes. But there was nothing to be, as it turned out, nothing to be nervous about.
Last thing, Cooper DeJean, rookie.
Yeah.
Pick sixing the Super Bowl GOAT, apparently, Patrick Mahomes. But obviously, that's a huge thing. And it was on his birthday. Like, that is a great day for a rookie.
Not bad. It was also Saquon Barkley's birthday. The interception, by the way, means that teams in the Super Bowl that get a pick six are now 13-1 all time.
I'm sure it doesn't it only happened.
It happens 15, 16 times. A couple times there's 2 pick sixes.
Okay.
But if you get a pick six, you win the Super Bowl. The only team to get a pick six and not win the Super Bowl was the famous Falcons collapse to the Patriots. Falcons got a pick six in that game, but they lost, as we know. Sorry to bring it up, Adam. All right, Chris vs. the Fans is next. Some more trivia. Chance for you to win prizes, 833-288-0973. Getting back into it here at 4 o'clock. Chris Ello. Tony Gwynn Jr.'s idol today. Matt Scraby alongside here in the Odyssey Palace. 2 hours from now, Scraby will kick me out, and he'll go it alone on the Scraby Chronicles from 6 to 7 p.m. Still ahead, we got to break down the Super Bowl commercials. Although that seems less important as time goes by.
I agree with
I don't know
that.
what it is. Maybe I used to care about them more, but maybe they're just kind of out of ideas. I don't know. Thought there was a couple of good ones. A couple of ones that, I didn't think were so good. We'll check on that a little bit later.
I can't even... there's one that sticks out in my head immediately.
That you liked or didn't like?
That I thought was great. And you didn't like it. You thought it was weird. So...
All right, well, we'll kick that around a little later. Also, the Aztecs, you just heard a promo for Brian Dutcher there, and the Aztecs, God, just missed like 8 straight free throws, Scraby, in the second half.
That's what I say all the time.
Like, how do you miss 8 straight free throws? And they were like behind by 1 point, and after that they were behind by 10 or something, and that was pretty much the game. They didn't lose the game in any other area to Colorado State except free throws.
You can't expect to win basketball games when you miss your free throws.
Not that many. I think they were 11 for 21, but they missed 8 in a row. And apparently, right now, they're like number 300 and something in the nation in free throwing. So that's really not helping the squad.
That is, what, 300?
There's 300, I think there's 340 some odd teams, and the Aztecs are now in the 300s.
How
in free
in the
throwing.
world can you be that bad at shooting free throws?
Well, somebody's got to be down in the 300s, but unfortunately, it's our squad. They've got to do better. They play at San Jose State tomorrow. The Aztecs have, and I'm going to get to the Christopher the fan, sorry. The Aztecs have put themselves in the spot. Now, with 8 games left in the regular season, they can maybe lose 1. Maybe. And they need to beat both Utah State and New Mexico. And those games are still a couple of weeks away. But those are the only 2 games I see that could boost them out of the bubble or out of... I don't even know if they would be in right now as an at-large. I don't think they would.
I think it's like the Padres last year. At some point, you got to get rid of the division. You just got to search for the wild card. In this case, it's... win the Mountain West.
Win the Mountain West tournament.
And take it out of the decision-makers' hands.
They may have to do that. You're right. Now, the funny thing is the team that is closer to winning their conference and going to the NCAA tournament is not the Aztecs. It's UC San Diego.
Yes.
The Tritons crushed.
The Anteaters.
They crushed, the Anteaters, UC Irvine, which UC Irvine was in first place. The game was in Irvine, and UCSD beat them by 18. And now, all of a sudden, they have the inside track to be the top seed in the conference tournament. And their conference tournament, you get a bye if you're in the top 2 spots. So UCSD would only have to win 2 games in their tournament. UCSD is really in its first full-fledged season of NCAA basketball.
Well, weren't they pretty good last year?
Yeah, but they weren't eligible for anything.
Yeah.
But the fact is, this is their first real season. And what a job, Eric Olson, I think it is.
Olin.
Sorry?
Olin.
I'm sorry, Olin. Why, maybe I just thought there was a misprint and it should have been Olson. Yeah, okay, Eric Olin is doing.
I'm making sure.
I apologize for saying Olson.
Yeah,
That's
Olin.
my own slip-up. Yeah, Eric, I mean, that's a great job. I mean, to bring this team to where they are right here, fantastic.
I believe, I don't know that he's going to be joining the show, but we're going to have someone from UCSD basketball.
We should
on
have,
Friday.
we definitely should. They have gone ahead of the Aztecs in some of the ranking metrics now. UCSD.
That's what Mark Ziegler said over the weekend. The best team in San Diego might not be on the Mesa this year.
Well, the Aztecs did beat them head-to-head back in November, but I think it bears mentioning right now UCSD's playing better than the Aztecs are. All right, we better go to Chris versus the fans or it's going to be a disaster.
If you had one shot, one opportunity to take down the human almanac himself,
howdy do.
Now is your time.
Listen to me, this guy is dangerous.
Now is your opportunity to win a prize.
Well, I hope you know what you're in for.
Chris versus the fans starts now on 97.3 The Fan.
All right, you will be playing for a qualification for a trip to see Motley Crue in their brand new Las Vegas residency at the Dolby Live at Park MGM, March 28th through April 19th, and you will be qualified for that chance to win a trip. Plus, they're going to qualify you for 2 tickets to the show, a hotel stay at Park MGM, and more. Get your tickets to Motley Crue, the Las Vegas residency at Dolby Live at Park MGM now at Ticketmaster.com. The rules: you have to make it through 3 questions. Each question will get more difficult. If you get the question right, you move on. If you get it wrong and Chris gets it right, you're eliminated. But if Chris gets it wrong, then you move on to the next question or you win. If you're a first-time player, let us know before you get into it. And we will give you that first question for free today. All right. I think that's it. Let me set up my little system over here.
Yes.
And we'll go to our first caller of the day, Jason in San Diego. Hello, Jason.
Jason.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Very good,
Pretty
sir.
good.
Very good.
You ready to play?
Let's do it.
All right, here we go. The Padres signed a catcher last week. Who did they sign?
Who was it?
Last week.
Was it the week before?
Maybe the week before, Jason.
Is this
Yeah, so it was Elias Diaz.
Elias Diaz.
Okay, it's a moot point on my end because you got it right.
Didn't they sign Martin Maldonado after Elias Diaz?
I don't think so. No. I know he was signed before because we were like, what was the point of that signing if you're going to get Diaz?
Got it. All right.
All right.
It's a win for you, Jason, either way.
Jason said, yep, I appreciate the support, Jason. Here we go. Question number 2. Where did Pete Alonso play college baseball?
Oh, the polar bear. That's a tough one, I think.
And I know he grew up in Tampa, and I'm gonna say that he played at Tennessee.
Tennessee. You're the only Tennessee. You stay there, Jason.
I think he was a Gator. Florida Gators.
I didn't think you would know that.
Yeah. I know a little
Sorry,
college
Jason.
baseball.
Thank you for playing.
I know a little college baseball here.
I had no idea he was from Florida. He doesn't. I guess he strikes me as a Florida guy now that I know he's from Florida.
He strikes me kind of as a guy that was born right down the street from Shea Stadium. He looked like a new Yaka to me, man.
A new Yaka?
Yeah, he does.
All right, let's go to our next contestant. We'll go to Danny.
Danny.
Hello, Danny.
What's happening?
How's it going, guys?
We're good.
Not too bad. How are you?
Good, thank you.
All right.
What'd you do over the weekend, Dan? I mean, what are you getting into this whole conversation with Dan? This isn't.
Oh, it was my birthday, actually.
Oh, happy birthday!
Very good. Happy birthday.
Sorry,
This
Mr.
isn't
Purdy.
The Price is Right, where Drew Carey talks to the contestant for 10 minutes.
Hey, Danny seemed like he wanted to talk, so we were going to talk for a second. All right,
Good.
Danny, are you ready?
Let's do it.
All right. Who was the main player in the trade that sent Luka to the Lakers?
Luka. Who went the other way?
Anthony Davis?
Yep.
Ooh, I thought for a second. He's hurt, by the way.
Yes, we didn't get to that yet. He had a monster game in his
26
debut.
and 16?
Oh, yeah, he was incredible, and then now he's out for a month.
He's a month?
Yeah.
I didn't know it was. He said after the game it wasn't that big of a deal.
He was wrong.
Oh, man. That's brutal.
Sorry about that, Dallas.
All right, Danny, here we go. Question number 2. What Fox analyst did Tom Brady take over for this season?
I want to say Greg Olson.
Greg Olson
Greg
got
Olson
it.
is
Very
correct.
good, Danny. 2 for 2.
Many people are leading the charge, Chris, on getting Craig Olson in the booth
Are
over
they?
Tom Brady.
Good. I'm with all of you people.
They're never going to do that. 'cause
No, they're
Tom
not.
Brady is
But
making
Greg
too much
Olson is
money.
just much better. Sorry. He just is.
They would be good in a 3-person booth, I think. I know you don't like that. All right, Danny, here we go. Question number 3. In the history of the American League, who or what team has won the most total batting titles in the American League?
My God. The history of the American League. Which team has won the most batting titles? Interesting question.
We did NL last week.
The Red Sox.
Red Sox, he said.
Red Sox.
Had a few there with not a winner, though, huh?
Stay there.
Well, the Yankees is the obvious one, but honestly, I don't remember a lot of Yankee batting title guys. I'm going to take a educated guess here that Ty Cobb started it off and the Tigers have the most, but I really don't know.
I hate you.
Oh, sorry about that.
It was the
Danny
Tigers.
hates me more.
Sorry,
man. He was
Danny. I
close
thought
to
you had
victory.
that one.
He was close to
Thought
victory.
you had that one. All right, let's go to our next contestant. We'll go to, I don't know if this is still Kirsten. I remember last time something happened with Kirsten.
Or the
Is this-
backside of this place.
Okay. We're going to go back to something else. I don't want to catch that conversation if it was something bad.
Don't risk it.
Alan, you're up next.
How's it going, guys?
Hey, good, Alan. Good.
Are you ready to go, Alan?
Here we go.
Yes,
Alan's
sir.
ready.
All right. I
Alan's
would
a
ask
good
you about
player.
your weekend, but Chris doesn't want that. So
Yeah, no
let's go.
more small talk.
All right.
Man, I just remembered it was Danny's birthday, and I just
ruined
crushed
his
him with
day.
that Tiger
I know.
answer.
Who won the Super Bowl MVP last night?
Jalen Hurts.
There you go. Good
There you
start.
go.
A little
There you
warm-up
go.
question for you there.
What is the name of the player that was recently sent back to Charlotte after his physical failed?
Huh. This NBA question?
That is an NBA question. I guess I should tell you.
Alan's like, I didn't sign up for any NBA questions.
Yeah, I hate these NBA questions, man. I'm not sure.
Okay, stay there. Don't really think you can.
Yeah, sorry. We talked about this already today. Let me make sure I'm answering the right question. What was
You
it?
are.
Oh, okay, Mark Williams. Sorry, Alan, but thanks for playing.
Sorry, Alan.
Always good to have Alan. Alan's a good player, though. I like it.
All right, we're going to do one more before we go into tiebreaker.
Yes, sir.
Let's go to... I'm looking to see who's held the... Jason.
Jason.
The
Another
other
Jason. We got two
Hello,
Jasons
Jason.
today.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Jason.
Ready to play?
He's ready. He's
Yep, let's go.
born ready.
All right. Question number 1. Who was the only NFL player to rush for over 2,000 yards this season? Barkley is correct. Here we go to the next one. What kind of sport did the team stuck in the Andes Mountains play? This was retold in the movie Alive. The team that got stuck in the Andes Mountains, what sport did they play?
You either know this or you just are like, this is out of
It was in the
deep left
movie
field.
Alive.
Again.
Hockey.
Hockey team.
Stay there, Jason.
I thought they were a soccer team, but I never watched the movie. Oh,
Rugby.
rugby it is.
They were a
Jason,
rugby
good for
player.
you.
Guess what?
I was pretty sure of myself there.
I just watched a documentary on that recently.
Okay.
Those guys were the worst possible people to crash because they were so in shape that there was
Oh, brother,
no
don't
meat.
tell me.
no meat.
Yeah, don't tell me.
All right, here we go. Final question to you, Jason.
For the win, Jason.
In last year's Chiefs Super Bowl win, what player had the most rushing yards for the Chiefs?
Last year.
Yep. This was supposed to be asked on
Kelsey.
Friday. Kelsey. Stay
Well,
there,
they didn't give me
Jason.
any help. Most rushing yardage for the
Yep.
Chiefs?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, just to piss you off, I'll say Patrick Mahomeboy.
The reason
I knew you would. I knew that's where you were going.
I went into that question thinking it was going to be someone else. It ended up being him. I'm sorry, Jason. All right.
Sorry, Jason.
We're going to go tiebreaker. Let's go with Saquon.
Okay. Career numbers for Saquon Barkley.
Yep.
What do you got?
He's been injured a few times, so that will play into it. Getting that Pro Football Reference. All right, I am ready to go. Let's get our contestant on the line. Chris, give me a 1 through 6.
6.
Eli. Hello, Eli.
Hello.
Are you ready to play the tiebreaker? Have you ever played before?
I have played.
He knows it.
All right, so I'm going to ask Chris for a number. He's going to give me that number, and Eli's going to guess whether the actual number is higher or lower than what Chris said. Chris, in the 7 years that Saquon Barkley has played in the NFL,
right?
That's a long time, by the way, longer than I thought. What is his longest run of his career?
Longest run of his career?
Yes.
74 yards.
Wow, okay. Eli, is the actual answer higher or lower?
Going over.
Going over. You are correct, Eli, but Chris was very, very close.
What was it?
78. And guess what? He did that in his rookie season.
Oh, it wasn't this year?
No,
he
this
had a
year
lot of
his
long
longest,
runs this year.
He did. This year it was 72.
All right.
But there
Very
we go.
good, Eli. Stay on the line.
Yes.
You might be going to Las Vegas. We will be going to check traffic, though, right now. And then I got a couple of baseball things to update you on.
Oh, that was me.
From the 855 Get Ross Traffic Center, protecting San Diego after accidents or injury, here's Kelly Danick.
This game day traffic report is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring. Just a few things to mention.
4:23 is the time. Tony Gwynn Jr. is idle today. 5:30, about an hour or so away, we will announce the winner of today's Biggest Fan. So make sure you're tuned in, especially if you're already signed up for that. If you haven't signed up for it yet, you end up going to a Padre game, sitting in the suite, 20 friends. It's a wonderful prize. Scraby will even come by and eat some of your food.
If you invite me.
Everybody's favorite sweet guest, Matt Scraby.
I am a very pleasant person.
You're a pleasant guy to be
with.
around, sure. And you don't really eat too much because you're on the...
no, I don't.
On the
I don't like eating in front of
fat
people.
loss.
I don't like eating in front of people. It's a weird thing I have.
Go to 973thefansd.com/biggestfan. Get registered. A 3-person arbitration panel today has sided with prospective Minnesota Timberwolves owner Alex Rodriguez, along with his partner, Mark Lohr. Yeah, I'm so excited. Looks like A-Rod's going to get the T-Wolves. Apparently, there was an issue with the current owner, Glenn Taylor. He said that A-Rod had missed the deadline for a $600 million payment. Can you imagine?
I know I get stressed when I'm missing the payment on my car.
$6.
Let alone $600
yeah, $6
million.
or $600 million. But apparently the arbiters ruled in favor of A-Rod that they should have been given a 90-day extension, according to the contract.
Interesting
Setup. So it's looking like A-Rod is going to, they have raised enough money. It's in an escrow account. And, A-Rod's always on the sidelines for the Timberwolves anyway.
I know.
Cheering along. So
does he live in Minnesota now?
I have no idea.
He is rich enough that he could just fly back
wherever
and forth,
he wants to go, yeah. But no, A-Rod could be the owner of the T-Wolves. Looks like it's going to happen.
That's also to own something else too, right? Is it the Lynx as well?
Maybe. A-Rod may want to reconsider, though. First quarter score in Cleveland tonight. The Cavaliers 16, the Timberwolves nothing.
Oh.
That's a bad start to a game.
I always think about that. Like, what does a guy who just bought a franchise think when you look up at the scoreboard and your team is 0?
Yeah, 16-0 they're losing today. I promised a couple of baseball notes. We know that, or we should probably, Kike Hernandez back to the Dodgers. I've always been a Kike fan. I know he plays for the Dodgers all the time, so we're supposed to hate him. He said a lot of nice things about the Padre fans and the Padres after that series. He's really a good player, and he's especially good in the playoffs.
In the World Series.
And he hit the home run in Game 5 against the Padres that broke the tie and got the Remember, the Padres didn't score, but the Dodgers didn't score much.
No, they scored 2 runs.
2 home runs.
Yeah.
And one of them was hit by Kike. Farhad Zaidi is back in Dodger blue. He will be assisting Dodger owner and chairman Mark Walker.
How many people do they need in that organization? Like, I'm not crying about how many coaches they have or front office people, but it seems like they got a lot of everything.
Sorry, I'm just reporting the news.
Oh, well,
don't shoot the messenger.
That doesn't move the needle for me anyway.
Here's one that we can all agree on. Brewers are going to honor the late Bob Uecker with a uniform patch this year. I don't think anyone's going to argue that.
What about the Reds?
This they may argue. The Reds are going to wear a number 14 sleeve patch to honor Pete Rose. Now, that's going to be polarizing to a certain number of people.
It shouldn't be.
Well, just saying. Pete Rose died in September at the age of 83.
I don't really like it either, though, Chris. When teams, like, for the longest time wanted nothing to do with you, now that you're gone, and
there's a little something to be said for that. The Phillies brought Pete Rose back and honored him at an old timers event.
Okay.
I don't remember the Reds ever bringing Pete Rose
I'm gonna have
back.
to check on that, but he was like a dirty word in Cincinnati for a while.
He's not going. As I said before, the Hall of Fame gave him a lifetime ban. His lifetime's over. I'd like to see him go into the Hall of Fame. There's no doubt that Pete Rose never figured it out, though, and never once finally came to grips with what he did was wrong.
Yeah, he didn't think so.
And if he would have done that, he probably would have a little more support.
Probably.
But he still has my support as a player, and I think he's paid enough, you know. The guy's been banned from baseball now it was 1989 when it happened, and now he's passed. You know, let's go.
How long did that
bygones
investigation take?
Bygones.
Was it shorter than what Ipe had?
Probably a little longer.
I was just thinking that. I was just thinking.
The Pete Rose thing, as far as I can remember, went on and on and on and on and on and on for months and months and years and years. Like it seemed like forever. They're talking about Pete Rose and whether he bet on baseball and this, that, and the other. So,
you know, I tried to bring up this on. Never mind. It doesn't matter. I'm not going down that road again.
Okay. Well, congrats. I mean, the Brewers, thumbs up. The Reds, I say thumbs up, but I think there'll be some people who think thumbs down. Quick break, more Gwynn and Chris. Big Five, as a matter of fact. Some fun stuff coming up there, including one of Scraby's favorite players potentially going to one of Chris's favorite teams.
Gwynn and Chris on the Fan.
This Gwynn today. Priscello, Matt Scraby, 90 minutes away from the Scraby Chronicles. I hope we leave you some topics to talk about. I know you want to get into the Super Bowl commercials a little bit.
Yeah, we'll do this
we'll do that
at
in the
the
5
end of the Big
o'clock
Five.
hour.
Oh.
Or unless we have time left in the Big Five.
Okay.
Which is rare.
Yes.
I did want to just read this because they just put it up on the board. We were in a deep depression around here, and basically have been since the decision of Roki Sasaki to choose the Dodgers. You're over it.
No,
Not
I
everybody.
hate him now.
I know you hate him. But I was just looking at this. I'm just throwing it out there because it sure would be fun if this really could happen. The Dodgers right now have Yamamoto, Ohtani, Snell, Glasnow, Landon Knack, Bobby Miller, Clayton Kershaw hurt, Tony Gonsolin, Dustin May.
They don't have Clayton Kershaw. He's not under contract.
You know what I mean. They're going to have him. 9 other pitchers besides Roki Sasaki. What if he just doesn't pitch as well as a few of those guys and doesn't even make the rotation? How's he going to feel about the decision he made then? Remember, he's not making a lot of money.
No.
It's not like they've invested that much money in him. I mean,
they haven't.
This was the argument that we were making in San Diego that I'm sure he didn't listen to. But you could have come here and been the star, the guy, the spotlight. In L.A., he could miss the rotation, conceivably, but not impossible, right? With those names I just read off.
Not impossible.
A lot of those guys are hurt or coming back, but you know what I mean? Eventually, they're all going to be healthy at one point. All right, let's check traffic. I'm just trying to make the Padre fans feel it.
Well, I think that's a great thought. I mean, I would love to see Roki Sasaki.
Wouldn't that be great if he was like the long man out of the bullpen? Awesome.
Well, everything that we were told leading up to it was not true. Like the whole thing where he prefers to be in a smaller market. He's a quiet guy. He doesn't like the media. He would much rather be behind a franchise with established stars. None of that was true, Chris. None of it. Because he immediately picked the Dodgers, which goes against everything
He had to pick the Dodgers because what's the guy's name? Shohei's interpreter again? Ippei. Yeah, Ippei bet on Sasaki to go to the Dodgers. They had to. It's all part of the conspiracy.
Yeah, and Shohei had a bet somewhere in this world.
All part of the conspiracy, Scrape. All right. Traffic, Big Five time.
From the 855 Get Ross Traffic Center, protecting San Diego after accidents or injury, here's Kelly Danick.
Got a number of problems in the North County. A stalled vehicle northbound 15 before the 78. Not showing if lanes are blocked. Up ahead, a crash clearing before El Norte Parkway. And you're going to find some traffic control and closures in place along the 78 at Bear Valley Parkway, all due to a head-on collision that happened around 2:15 this afternoon. So expect slowing in both directions. South 5 Coastline near Palomar Airport Road. Stalled vehicle blocking the right lane. I'm Kelly Danick with Gwynn and Chris, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
It's that time of the show when we check on the latest in sports. Only the most important topics and questions are brought to light.
Stop what you're doing and listen.
These news stories will astound and amaze you. The one, the only.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
The Big Five starts now on 97.3 The Fan.
All right, before we get into it, this hour, 97.3 The Fan is brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now at Staples, save up to $250 off your print order. Exclusions do apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends April 5th. Plus, you could save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples. All right.
Number 5.
Now, MLB fan blogs are places I like to go to because I like to see how the fans are thinking about their teams.
All right.
They're going nuts right
They're
now.
an excellent representation of the fan base, are they not? Yes.
Like the Reds blog is called, they're the Big Red Machine. It is the Blog Red Machine, which I think is hilarious.
Yeah, not bad.
But they're going crazy, Chris, with fake trade proposals. And I like to read them even though
Who's this, Padre fans?
No, just these fan blogs.
Oh, fan blogs in general.
And so
fan
the Orioles fan blog has been going nuts with trying to find a way to get Dylan Cease in an Oriole uniform this year. And I guess in real life, the Orioles have checked in quite a bit about Dylan Cease, but the price remains very, very high for Dylan Cease. But we saw Jackson Holliday not play that great for the Orioles last year, Chris, but there's obviously a lot more time in his career to figure it out.
Yeah.
The Oriole blog was suggesting they go Dylan Cease for Jackson Holliday straight up. Chris, would you do that?
Nope. I like Jackson Holliday. I think his future's very bright. I think pitching's more important.
Right now,
I know it's
yeah,
only
for sure.
1 year. Do I get Jackson Holliday for like 10 years or 7 years, right? Or 6? Whatever
5
that is.
more.
Yeah. Yeah. It's enticing. I don't see the Orioles.
You don't see? I don't see them doing it either.
No.
But in a vacuum, I
would
have to think long and hard if I'm AJ Preller, because then you essentially, if everything goes according to plan, you have your second base locked up for the next 5 years.
You hope. You know,
do.
Jackson Holliday really never proved it. I guess maybe the second time he came up, he was
better,
a little better.
He still wasn't great
No,
throughout his
not
entire
really.
rookie season.
No.
He's
He's also only like 12 years old, so
he is very young.
Yeah.
Would I like to see Jackson Holliday for Dylan Cease straight up? If there is zero possibility of re-signing Dylan Cease, and this is offers on the table, I say you take it, because you're getting a number 1 overall pick in return. There's got to be some sort of value in that. This will never happen, but I would think long and hard about it.
Some of the number 1 overall picks have not.
They've
been very good.
Some of them have been terrible, but he's got the pedigree. He's got a dad who played Major League Baseball. All right, I'm done.
I like what I have when I know what I have, as opposed to not being sure.
All right, Trevor wants to switch it. Gunnar Henderson, are you doing that?
He's more established, and I would probably more inclined.
Okay.
Number 4.
It was reported over the weekend by Fox Sports' Jay Glazer. Aaron Rodgers is not going to be back with the Jets next season. I guess he flew to New York to meet with the team last week, and they told him they wanted to move on.
Where's the crying emoji? I think that
hold
seems
on.
to
emoji
fit
or
this.
drop.
There it is. Yeah, that's about how I feel on this.
This is Devontae Adams, because it's also being reported Devontae Adams is likely to move on as well.
Well, Devontae Adams has to go where Aaron Rodgers goes.
I think
the
that's
rule.
a stain on his career that he keeps following Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
All right. It does seem like Rodgers wants to keep playing, but no official word has been given just yet if he does. I'm up first. Where would you like to see Aaron Rodgers play? I've thought about this for like 3 hours. I don't know that he fits anywhere in the NFL right now.
Really?
Especially coming off of his last season where he was not good. He was not. And he's getting older. Like, how can you think that you're going to get the old Aaron Rodgers and not the 2024 Aaron Rodgers? But I guess if you're looking for a place, you could go with a place like maybe, I don't know. I don't have a place for him in the NFL. I don't think he fits anywhere. I know some teams going to take him in and be like, hey, you're the starter, and then ruin their development of their quarterback, but I can't see
I think after the 49ers are unable to come to terms with Brock Purdy, perfect landing spot for you.
Where do you think he's going to go?
Raiders.
You think he's going to go to the Raiders? I thought you were joking.
I don't know.
That's
I think if he goes anywhere, the Raiders...
They don't have a chance at winning a Super Bowl.
Las Vegas, perfect for Aaron Rodgers. Put him back in the limelight.
He can just do ayahuasca
although New York
every day.
should have been big enough.
Right.
I think he should call it quits before he damages his reputation a whole lot further. That would be my honest answer here. But that's not what you asked.
Trevor says Titans. I don't see him going...
Titans is totally inconsequential. That's like going to hibernation.
It is going to hibernation. Yeah. There's no real place where he could go and make a team a Super Bowl contender right now. I just don't see it. Maybe Brock Purdy doesn't come to a deal, and the 49ers are stuck with them.
49ers are not a Super Bowl contender. That's a last-place team you're talking about joining there.
You know, I looked at the odds, because, of course, the article came out.
Oh, yeah, they're probably
way
already...
too early odds for the Super Bowl 60 champions.
49ers right there.
They're not even close.
Oh, really?
They're not even close. They're not even in the top 5.
Might be able to make a bet.
Number 3.
Spring training is underway, and by the way, Chris, I know the Padres had to do it last year, but I think it's cruel and unusual punishment to make pitchers and catchers report on Super Bowl Sunday, but that's what the Cubs did yesterday.
Yeah.
They had their uniforms on. Uniforms look glorious. They look great. The
Brand
numbers...
new unis for the Cubs?
No, I mean, like, they're redesigning the uniforms from last year, so the numbers are going to be bigger on the back. They're going to be a better quality. The pants are going to be fit to the players.
You're talking about the uniforms basically have the same, but the fiasco that was last year where everything didn't look right, Nike has ironed that out to where the uniforms are going to look more presentable.
Yeah, Cubs shortstop Dansby Swanson apparently is a Nike guy, and he said there was, quote, a bajillion phone calls, end quote, about the uniforms last year, but he thinks they have it dialed in. The Nike Vapor Premier uniforms are what they called that rendition last year. They are not going to be an issue.
Those are going to
year.
be all sent to third world countries.
Like the Chiefs 3P shirts that are out there.
That's right.
So, Chris, how important do you think the look of uniforms are for players?
Well, to players, the feel is more important than the look, I think, and it sounds like they're going to feel better. So, I think it's a good deal. And I'm a big uniform guy, and I really struggled with watching early season baseball last year because it just looked uncomfortable and it just gave you the willies a little bit.
It did.
I got a little more used to it, but I'm happy to see, looking at the jersey I just looked at with the new look, that they're back looking a little more comfortable.
It looks like a regular major league uniform. I think this is important. I think the players felt like they looked stupid last year, and it's not going to affect their play, but I do think it's important for players to feel like they look the part. I mean, those jerseys last year, mainly the pants. The see-through pants were a big issue.
Not something I needed.
The see-through pants were a massive issue. But and then the sweat splotches that were all over the jerseys as well. Those aren't going to be a problem anymore. So uniforms are going to be looking good.
Number 2.
All right, Chris. The 49ers and Deebo Samuel are likely headed to a trade this offseason. After news was reported.
Don't be trying to shove your problems off on me.
The 49ers have allowed Deebo to seek a trade. After a pretty lackluster season, I'm up first. Do you think this is the right move for both parties? Absolutely. The Deebo era is over.
Oh, you think it needs to be over?
And last year
but tell everybody what you said earlier. You're trying to dump the guy off on me.
Oh, well, I was getting to that. Getting to that. I think Deebo last year, he talked a lot of trash about not getting the ball, and then when he was throwing the ball, he couldn't do anything with it. I think that Deebo is a little irked that Brandon Ayuk got more money than him, which I would be if I was Deebo. I don't blame him for that. Deebo really was only good for that 1 year where the wide back was something that they just didn't know how to defend yet. And I appreciate Deebo for the time he spent in a 49ers uniform, but I do think it's time for them to move on. And I do think the perfect place for Deebo, and I'm not trolling you, Chris, the Dolphins. They need a guy like Deebo with the Dolphins to do all the dirty work, and then they have Tyreek Hill go over the top. Boom. Touchdown.
What are you going to do with Jalen Waddle?
Get rid of him. Trade him back for Deebo. I would take Jalen Waddle on the 49ers.
Yeah. Mike McDaniels should know Deebo, right, from being with the 49ers.
That's true, yeah.
Good point. I'm going to say what I'm going to say the entire offseason about the Dolphins. If they don't get some beef on this team and somebody who is not just an out-and-out wuss out on the football field. Somebody that can actually stick their nose in there and make a tackle. Somebody that can run somebody over on a sweep. I mean, Miami is just the softest team in the league. That's got to change, and I don't know that. Although Deebo's a tough player for a wide receiver, they have much bigger needs than him.
They do. They do. But
that's what I would say.
All right.
But thank you for the offer.
You didn't answer the actual question.
Yeah, good. Yeah, no, it's time to break up. 49ers, Deebo.
It's a divorce.
Yeah.
All right.
Number
1. We do have enough time. I guess we'll go do it here. Favorite commercial during the Super Bowl? I will say my favorite commercial.
You're going to go before me?
Okay, you go.
No, go ahead.
No, it's actually you. It's actually you.
My favorite commercial was an easy decision for me to make.
What?
It was called The Other David.
The other David.
Yes, it was commercial
with
for Stella Artois beer.
David Beckham, yes.
David Beckham and Matt Damon.
That was a good one.
Matt Damon is told, David Beckham's told that he has a long twin.
Long-lost twin.
Long-lost twin, and he has the same name. So David Beckham shows up at the door. Matt Damon's playing the twin and he goes, what's your name? And he goes, hi, I'm David Beckham.
Yeah.
David Beckham's like, oh, my God. And then Matt Damon kicks a football like a country mile.
That was funny.
And then at the end, Matt Damon goes, I can't believe I have a famous soccer-playing brother. And then what do they kid each other about? How famous? Is he Matt Damon famous?
Yeah.
And the guy goes, maybe Ben Affleck famous.
Which I thought was hilarious.
I thought that was a great one, from start to finish.
I do.
One of my favorites.
All right, I'm a fan of that one. That one was pretty good. I forgot about that one, actually.
Okay.
My favorite one is one that you said was weird, but it was Seal being a seal for Mountain Dew.
That gave me the
loved
willies.
it.
I couldn't deal with
I
it.
absolutely loved
Poor
it.
Seal.
I think it was hilarious.
I hope he okayed that. I mean,
he was in the commercial at the end.
I know at the end he was. I didn't need Seal's face on a seal.
I did. I didn't know that I needed it, but I definitely did need that. I'm looking at some of the other commercials. The one, what was it? The Harrison Ford.
That was my second favorite.
What?
Yep. At the end, I thought Harrison Ford was right on point, and then at the very end, when he looked in, and said,
"That was fun."
I always like the Jeep, even though my name is Ford.
Yeah,
good ending. Like that.
Wow, I was so bored by that commercial.
You a little bored before
Harrison Ford.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
I'm like 175 years old, but that had to have been.
Don't be nice to old people. See, you're not nice to old people. That's the problem. You got old ageism.
Maybe.
You have ageism problems.
Andy said the tongue commercial was gross, and I agree.
That was gross.
That was bad.
The other ones that I did not like, and I really find it interesting, that Little Caesars and, was it Pringles? Both used floating eyebrows,
and
and
mustaches.
floating mustaches, like it was the same commercial, done completely separate from the other one.
Yes.
I thought that was pretty ironic and odd.
That was good. It wasn't good, but
I fell for the Nike one.
Which one?
About women. You can't win, so win. All those highlights of the great women athletes out there who've been told so many times they can't do it.
Oh.
But Nike, confirming that, yes, they can.
I don't know that I saw that
Caitlin
one.
Clark and many others. I thought that one was well done.
We have to mention the mayonnaise one, which I mean, how many times do we have to redo that When Harry Met Sally?
Yeah, it was great in Harry Met Sally. It was not great this time. And I don't know how I say this without sounding the wrong way.
Uh-oh.
But this was for Novartis.
Okay.
And basically the tagline was, breasts, give them the attention that they actually deserve.
Yeah,
you know what I'm talking about?
I do.
I hate to say it if you were a guy, but even a woman, it was kind of hard to watch that ad and not at least be drawn to it for a moment or two.
Of course. I mean, they knew what they were doing.
They knew what they were doing.
People also said the Willem Dafoe and Catherine O'Hara pickleball commercial was pretty funny. They
was that a Super Bowl
hustling.
commercial?
Yeah,
though?
they were. Yeah,
I thought I saw that
on
one earlier.
yesterday.
Oh, okay.
But they apparently they were hustling everybody
Yes.
for Michelob Ultra.
Yeah.
Which is fun.
All right. It wasn't a terrible Super Bowl day, but ad day. There were some moments.
Like you said, I mean, we
but
always
it doesn't
see
seem to
these
mean
come
as
out
much as it
before.
used. You know what also is funny is you never know the day after which ones are going to be iconic and maybe stick around for 5 or 10 years. Like you may never see the Matt Damon ad again, or you may see it in 5 years and go, "Man, I've always loved this ad." You don't
the
quite
Harrison
know.
Ford. I mean,
all right, you're down on Harry. I can't believe you're down on my man Harry Ford.
if he would have had Chewbacca sit in his passenger seat, I'm all in. But he doesn't like doing stuff like that.
He doesn't like to work with Chewie anymore.
No. Oh, the Dunkin' commercial with Bill and his girlfriend.
Overrated. Most overrated one of the day.
Bill and
I
his
felt.
girlfriend got a lot of attention last week.
Oh, Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
And his girlfriend
Got
continues
a
to get
ton
more
of attention. All right, that's it for the Big Five. Recap when we get back.
It's the happy hour. Gwynn and Chris, 97.3 The Fan. Chris Sello, Matt Scraby today. Tony Gwynn Jr. is idle. Since it's the happy hour, probably not a lot of talking from the Chiefs' perspective. Nothing happy about that. Chiefs three-peat was smushed by the Philadelphia Eagles, as we all know by now. 40-22. It really should have been 40-6.
Yeah.
Or it should have been 37-0. It just should have been like that.
Yeah.
40-22, maybe 25 years from now will sound like it was maybe an okay game. It just wasn't. I felt it was the worst performance maybe ever turned in by a championship level team anywhere. Teams have been blown out in Super Bowls, but they're usually young. They're there for the first time. They have a new coach. They have a new quarterback. Something happened. You don't have a Hall of Fame coach and a Hall of Fame quarterback and lose like that.
And a Hall of Fame tight end.
But they did. They did, and then some. I really can't even think of I have to look at every World Series, but baseball teams. Somebody that's won a bunch of champions. The Yankees won 4 in 6 years. They finally lost to the Diamondbacks, but it was in a 7th game. They didn't get blown off the field. NBA champions, the Bulls just dismantled the team. They did not. They at least didn't go to the finals with Michael Jordan and lose by 42 points.
This
Chiefs, was just embarrassing in every way.
The Chiefs don't ever have to deal with terrible Patrick Mahomes mistakes. That is new territory for them.
Yeah.
He doesn't make mistakes like he did yesterday.
We brought it up earlier. If Tua or Purdy or Kirk Cousins,
Jared Goff,
especially Kirk Cousins, but yeah, Jared Goff, they throw those 2 picks across your body, on the run, right 2 guys pretty much, cost you the game. One was a pick 6, the other set up an easy touchdown. Those quarterbacks would be vilified, number one. And if they did it in a Super Bowl, it would be like, oh, these guys are the biggest choke artists of all time. Got on the biggest stage and couldn't perform. But, Patrick Mahomes has obviously proven before that he can perform. That's why this was so stunning.
I would think if they lose, do we think they're going to get to another one?
Yes, unfortunately.
If he loses
all they have
another
to do
one,
is
then
get by. All they have to do is get by Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson. We know that's a piece of cake for the Chiefs. They do it every time.
Yeah, I want the AFC. The AFC does have it set up pretty nice to have those quarterbacks fighting over the Super Bowl every year.
Yeah. The AFC seems... that's why, the Dolphin in me just kind of sits back and realizes we're not going anywhere for a long time. I'm not going to pass any of these quarterbacks.
You just need to get hot in the playoffs.
Got to get to the playoffs.
You got to get to the playoffs.
Philadelphia wins its second Super Bowl, 5th championship all time, going back to a couple they won in the 40s. A famous one that they won over the Packers in the 1960. It was the only time Vince Lombardi ever lost a playoff game. That was 1960 championship. Eagles knocked off the Packers. And then, of course, the 2 Super Bowls they won recently. So fly, Eagles, fly. Bradley Cooper.
Oh.
With the pregame introduction. Did you need that?
I didn't see
Didn't see it.
But no.
John Hamm introduced the Chiefs because he's a Kansas City guy. Bradley Cooper introduced the Eagles.
You got to go with Paul Rudd if you're going to go with the Chiefs. Paul Rudd is always there for the Chiefs.
Went with John Hamm.
You know what's kind of funny, Chris? Chiefs fans have been talking trash for the past 3 years. I haven't heard from a Chiefs fan today.
What could they possibly say today?
Hey, you know what I did last year after my team lost in the Super Bowl?
You popped off?
Showed up to work.
You popped off, too.
Showed up.
Yeah. Well, you're...
What?
You're different.
Okay. I am a little bit different.
Look, the Chiefs fans, they know. They have to wear it today. They got nothing else they can do. And you know what? They can't hear you anyway because they've got 2 or 3 rings stuffed into their ears from earlier.
That doesn't matter to me anymore.
I know.
So what have you done for me lately?
Today it's the day to rip on the Chiefs.
They're gonna have to cancel that parade that they already scheduled, and they're gonna have to let Pat Riley know that 3-peat trademark is not needed anymore.
Not needed. So. Not needed at all. by the way, if you want to make an early bet for next year, plus 650 at ESPN Bet, favorite to win next year's Super Bowl, the Chiefs.
I mean,
I'm just reading, don't kill the messenger.
They have to rebuild that team. They're going to lose some defensive players.
They're going to have what they have. Beyond the Super Bowl, there's a lot going on this weekend, really. Padres, Friday night, signed Connor Joe, then Jason Hayward. Then over the weekend, Gavin Sheets. We mentioned it earlier. It's all well and good. Jeff Sanders, San Diego Union Tribune writer, began his story today by saying the Padres are continuing to add lottery tickets for the 2025 season. I think that's a good description. Padres are doing what they can to try to strike it rich somewhere. And, on paper, they don't really have anybody yet who's likely to do that. But then again, you're not likely to win the lottery either. And be honest, last year, the Padres crushed the lottery.
They did.
They got Profar out of it all. They got Higashioka out of it all. You could add a couple of more names to people that were surprisingly good.
And Peralta, Solano.
Yeah, right. Yeah, hit both
Matt
those
Waldron.
guys too. Yeah, all of them. Very good, Scrape.
I mean, all teams need these lottery tickets. And one of those guys could be like Brent Rooker in the making. Who knows?
They got rid of that lottery ticket a little too soon.
I know. But now he's playing in Sacramento.
As it turned out. All right. That's the Padres news. The Aztecs lost at Colorado State because they couldn't make a free throw. And props to UC San Diego, the Tritons, with a huge win at Irvine Saturday night. They actually look like they have a more inside track to make the NCAA tournament right now than does San Diego State. And that's kind of a development that very few of us would have expected.
Have the Aztecs overperformed to this point? Are we expecting too much from them? Because we knew that they were a young team and they don't even have their best player.
We expected too much, and then they gave us too much by beating Houston and Creighton. And so we just thought it was going to be another, rollover season. But
is Reese Waters back next year?
I would hope so. He's got to probably get one of those injury waivers, but
the medical red shirt.
He hasn't played this year, so
I know.
Yeah, the Aztecs. I'm not giving up on this team, by the way. They have won the conference tournament in the past. It's not like they can't. But they're very unlikely at this point to get into any at-large conversation. The other one was that the Lakers, Luka Doncic, is now expected to make his debut tonight.
Yes.
For the Lake Show. Alongside LeBron James, who missed a game over the weekend. Both will be in the lineup, apparently, according to the latest reports just a few minutes ago. I think game time is 7 p.m. tonight.
7:30.
Thank you. 7:30 against the Utah Jazz. Doncic expected in. AD, this made me look bad because, I was the one, and I couldn't believe it, but I stuck up for AD when he got traded to Dallas. I thought, man, I think this is a better trade than people think.
You can't predict this.
Man, he went 26 and 18 in his first game, and he dominated, but he also got hurt. And now he's out for a month.
That is absolutely brutal.
And that's one of the things, the knocks on AD is that he could never stay healthy.
It's true.
And, the poor Dallas general manager who was already under fire for trading Luka, this guy might have to leave town at this point.
There were protests on Friday, which I'm fine with a protest, but all that stuff about how
it's getting angry now.
Yeah, Nico,
people
about how they want
Dallas,
to. They're sending him death threats.
Yeah, that's stupid.
That's crazy.
Annoying. That's stupid. The other NBA news over the weekend, Laker fans. This might hurt the Lakers quite a bit, actually, because they really needed a big man, and they thought they had one in Mark Williams. They traded with Charlotte. Only Williams did not pass his physical. The Lakers have sent him back to Charlotte.
I could just imagine them being
Pretty
like,
much
get out of our office! Go back to Charlotte!
And then the Hornets send out the funniest tweet of the weekend, which was, we're so excited to have Mark Williams. Well, then why'd you trade him?
Like,
anyway.
I guess in
The
that
Hornets,
case, like,
pretty
what?
funny.
Did they say what failed in his physical? I guess that maybe is private information, but
it is. But he'd had whatever the
back injury.
I think it was a back injury. Something. He missed a lot of games, so it wasn't shocking. But again, remember how these physicals works. This was the Laker doctor. Maybe the Charlotte Hornet doctor would have passed him. I don't know.
Do you think maybe that's a way of them after getting cold feet? Maybe we shouldn't have made that trade. Let's just not pass him.
Can't imagine, you and your conspiracies always thinking there's something more.
No, I don't actually think that, but it would be an easy way for them to get out of it.
Yeah, fair enough. I know what you mean. But yeah, so the Lakers begin the Doncic era tonight against the Jazz. Speaking of the word against, there is no hockey for 2 weeks. Something that was a little shocking to Scraby earlier.
I've been shamed in the chat. Apparently, this hockey tournament, I'm an idiot for not
Everybody's
knowing
in
about
on
it. Everybody is, except for me and you.
Yeah, I mean, I consider myself a pretty good hockey guy. And I think I had heard of the Four Nations face-off. I thought it was something they would just do for, a weekend somewhere, and that's it. But instead, they're shutting down the NHL for 2 full weeks.
It's the World Baseball Classic for hockey.
There you go.
Or hockey.
But is it really the World Baseball Classic? There's 4 countries involved.
I think they're just starting, Chris.
Okay, I mean, there's a few more than 4 countries that play hockey out there.
I read that Russia wasn't allowed because of the war in Russia.
How about the Zimbabwe hockey team? They're
Don't get
talented down
Jamaica,
there.
We have a bobsled team. They could probably...
there you go.
They could probably do something.
Well, you can't call it the World Classic with four countries competing.
I think it's funny how people in the chat are so surprised that I don't know anything about this. It's not a big deal.
All of them could give you a 2-hour dissertation on the event.
Did you guys know that the Super Bowl was yesterday? It's not the same thing.
Not quite.
I will do better on my hockey knowledge.
I will watch some of this tournament to watch for the commercials, though. I hear the commercials are going to be incredible in the Four Nations face-off.
Well, I guess. Jacob makes a good point.
What?
It can't be called the Four Nation Face-Off if you have 8 nations.
Okay. I'll give you that one, Jacob. We'll also give you some traffic right here as Gwynn and Chris keeps rolling in the happy hour.
From the 855 Get Ross Traffic Center, protecting San Diego after...
Gwynn and Chris, 520. Scrappy takes over with the Chronicles at 6 o'clock. He actually just kicks me out of the studio. Seems to enjoy doing that on a daily basis. Tony Gwynn Jr.'s idle today, or he would kick him out too. Also,
Tony always has to come back in though because he
forgets something.
He forgot his cell phone or his water bottle or something.
Hate to give away his secrets, but that is one of them.
He is so forgetful with his water bottle that his wife put his name on it so that
when people find it somewhere, they can. Tony's he forgets some stuff like that.
But he doesn't forget any sports trivia during Chris's Fantabulous Sports Game Show.
No. We're all selective.
Ridiculous.
We're all selective like that in our worlds. Certain things are important to us, others aren't as much. What team are they talking about here? The NFL power rankings for next season are out. Like, I'll give you an example. For the 49ers, who are ranked 13th right at this moment, it says, describe the offseason in 3 words. Brock Purdy's payday. So they're saying that's the big deal. They got to get him re-signed. Yeah. And the 49ers have said they're going to do that, or at least try. Whose team is this 3-word description? Change the culture.
Dolphins.
Yeah, exactly. Just what I'm saying.
I mean, there's a couple teams that come to mind, but the Dolphins
are the number one. They've got to get tough. Worst team in the
How do you think they're going to do that with the same coach?
Well, the coach has to change. You're right. There's no question. He's got to make some changes, improvements, but I think players can help lead you that way.
That's true. Yeah,
Players
get a couple of players who have to buy in.
Get a couple of players who don't want Vic Fangio fired because he was too tough of a coach. I mean, the guy went on to win the Super Bowl, did he not? Browns are rated the worst team in football. Jets are second worst. And we also know that Aaron Rodgers not coming back.
So who's the first?
Chiefs.
Oh.
Bills, Lions, Eagles, Ravens. Commanders.
Top
6.
Just because, is that just the finish?
No, that's the way too early 2025 rankings.
Okay.
Commanders are never going to lose a game now that Jaden Daniels is their quarterback.
Well, I don't doubt that, but
I do.
You think they're going to lose a game?
Yes, I would be willing to bet on that.
Chris, I don't know if you're like me, but when I was a kid, the day after the Super Bowl was devastating because I knew that there wasn't going to be football for a long time.
Yeah,
now
but you got the XFL in a few minutes, or UFL, right?
I don't care about the UFL.
I don't either.
But
I would care if we had a team here.
Are you like that?
I used to be, but yeah, not anymore. I mean, to me, there's going to be another season, and it's going to be here pretty quick. Yeah. So
every year it comes faster.
No reason to fret. The Super Bowl was all well and good. Some of the other results were all well and good. But by far, the best thing that happened over the weekend happened Saturday night. Do you know what it was? Best thing that happened this weekend in all of sports.
Oh, all of sports.
Everyone will agree. Everyone, I don't know anyone who wouldn't agree with this next statement that this was the best thing that happened this weekend.
I'm trying to think. I don't know.
It happened in the state of North Carolina. Saturday night.
Duke something?
You're close. Dick Vitale returned to broadcasting. For the first time in nearly 2 years. Like he's been away battling cancer.
Tony, you're awesome, baby, with a capital A.
I mean, battling cancer for 2 years. It seemed like every time he beat it, another one would pop up. And then he'd beat that. And another. I mean, incredible. And really an inspiration to people. And everybody liked Dick Vitale to begin with. So that was great. And he was there for Clemson's victory over number 2, Duke. And the other thing about Dick Vitale, not only cancer-free, he's still working, 85 years old.
Can we talk about someone else who just finished their career?
Yes, I'll get to him in a second.
91?
Yeah, I will in a second.
85, though.
Dick Vitale's 85, and he's got more energy than most of us.
Yeah, he does.
The last game he called prior to Saturday night was the international version of the Aztecs national championship game against UConn. I didn't even know he did that.
That is crazy.
But he was on the international broadcast of that game. So, that was just a great, thing over the weekend. So really happy to, welcome Dick. And you heard his thing to Tony.
Tony, you're awesome, baby, with a capital A.
I was not there the day that he called in, that you had him on. I wish I had been.
It's Dick Vitale. Every time I've texted him, I obviously have not texted him lately just because I don't want to bother him. But he would get back to me same day, and it's just crazy to me sometimes when these big names like that get back to you same day because they respect you enough.
They do, and they don't think of themselves as holier than thou.
That's true.
That's why Dick Vitale is so well liked. He's one of us, or feels like one of us.
He's a type of dandy.
He doesn't expect any special treatment. He doesn't expect anything.
No.
He just he loves basketball. He wants to be at the game.
Yep.
So that was great news.
That was great
And
news.
you mentioned the 91-year-old who broadcast his last game, Hubie Brown. Is that who you're referring to, I'm assuming. And Hubie Brown is another story. 91 years old. In the last year, according to what I read, he lost his wife, he lost his son, and he lost a daughter.
Oh, my gosh.
He's 91 years old, so those people are a bit older. But, yes, it's been you talk about a tough year.
Wow.
And Hubie Brown, after all that, broadcast his last game over the weekend. So all, good health and happiness to Hubie Brown, and continued to Dick Vitale.
I wish when I'm 85 or 91, I wish I had the energy that these guys do. Calling a game at 91 or 90 or 89 is not easy.
I have a feeling I'm not going to have the same energy as them when I'm 85 because I don't have it now. So what's going to happen between now and then?
Oh, my gosh. We're going to have to, hit you with a taser to get you to start talking.
You'll have to prop me up at that point.
You're like Weekend at Bernie's.
That's a funny movie. Speaking of college hoops, Clemson is blowing out North Carolina tonight. North Carolina's not going to make the tournament at all. Clemson leads by 21 big ones with 10 minutes to go. 65-44. The NBA game we were following earlier, Cleveland scored the first 16 points of the game and still leads Minnesota by 18. Now in the third quarter, 73-55. Lakers later, Utah, Doncic, debut. Oh, I thought it made it.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine.
Good.
Someone on the chat says he lost all of them in a year. Is that true?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is.
Wow.
And I hope I'm not wrong, but I read it somewhere. I'm not making,
No.
I did see that.
That's a tough year.
I would
Don't they say, I know that parents never want to have to bury their own kids.
I don't think any parent should have to. It's an awful shame when stuff like that happens.
Oh, good on him for getting through it.
Yes.
Or at least attempting to.
Hubie Brown. And you know what? I'm going to say I learned a lot listening to Hubie Brown do games over the years. He was a really solid analyst.
Oh, yeah.
Really good. All right, we'll take a break. We got speaking of solid analyst, Sam Levitt, breaking down the Padres when we return.
On Tuesday's show, we're just one.
There's a Roadrunner. Meet me. He doesn't like me. I guess I wouldn't like me either if I was chasing me. As you can see, I'm all Aztec out here at the Aztec baseball tournament. It's the SDSU baseball alumni tournament. Right now, we are 1 under in the scramble, and Chris is playing well, Tony's playing well, but our ringer, Jack Townsend, is playing really well, so. So Chris says I can't play golf, but this is the second birdie putt he's made for us. This time it was 20 feet.
Thank you very much, Greg. But once again, you're hitting some very nice shots as well. I'm not usually complimentary to you, but I can't help but be complimentary. Your shot making today.
With my what?
Your shot making. You hit some.
We are. League 10 now, and it's getting really windy. It's actually kind of cold. I'm not gonna lie, I know we're in San Diego, but we're 3 under as a group. We just got off of birdie, and I just hit my defense. There's a squirrel. He wants to attack me. Squirrely! We just got our second birdie of the day thanks to this guy.
Yeah, a 4-footer after.
It was a 5-footer.
After our pro drove it 300 to the front of the green and then chipped it within 5 feet.
Uh-oh.
Gravy, don't feed the animals.
Don't feed the animals. I do feed animals, but Chris made a birdie putt. Leaving the golf course. And we ended up shooting 63 once everything was accounted for, since it was a scramble, and we had an SDSU golf player, Jack Townsend. He was with us, and he did a lot for us. I think we shot 63 because of him. But we all had a good time. There's a Roadrunner. Meet me. He doesn't like me. I guess I wouldn't like me either if I was chasing me. As you can see, I'm all Aztec out here at the Aztec baseball tournament. It's the SDSU baseball alumni tournament. Right now, we are 1 under in the scramble, and Chris is playing well, Tony's playing well, but our ringer, Jack Townsend, is playing really well, so. So Chris says that he can't play golf, but this is the second birdie putt he's made for us. This time it was like 20 feet.
Thank you very much, Greg. But once again, you're hitting some very nice shots as well. I'm not usually complimentary to you, but I can't help but be complimentary. Your shot making today.
With my what?
Your shot making. You've hit some.
We are League 10 now, and it's getting really windy. It's actually kind of cold. I'm not gonna lie, I know we're in San Diego, but we're 3 under as a group. We just got off of birdie, and I just hit my defense. There's a squirrel. He wants to attack me. Squirrely! We just got our second birdie of the day thanks to this guy.
Yeah, a 4-footer after.
It was a 5-footer.
After our pro drove it 300 to the front of the green and then chipped it within 5 feet.
Uh-oh.
Gravy, don't feed the animals.
Don't feed the animals. I do feed animals, but Chris made a birdie putt. Leaving the golf course. And we ended up shooting 63 once everything was accounted for, since it was a scramble, and we had an SDSU golf player, Jack Townsend. He was with us, and he did a lot for us. I think we shot 63 because of him. But we all had a good time. There's a Roadrunner. Meet me. He doesn't like me. I guess I wouldn't like me either if I was chasing me. As you can see, I'm all Aztec out here at the Aztec baseball tournament. It's the SDSU baseball alumni tournament. Right now, we are 1 under in the scramble, and Chris is playing well, Tony's playing well, but our ringer, Jack Townsend, is playing really well, so.
Crisello, Matt Scraby carrying you through the post-Super Bowl Monday. Here on Gwynn and Chris, 5:34 is the time. Tony Gwynn Jr., idle. Tomorrow, I will also be idle, which means Scraby runs the show. Exactly. You do not want to miss the crazy goings-on tomorrow. I believe Braden Surprenant is going to come in and try to keep pace with you.
He doesn't know that we're just going to spend 4 hours trashing the Chiefs.
You might. You could easily do it after that performance yesterday. So it'll be Scraby and Braden tomorrow. I'll be back Wednesday with Scraby, and we'll take it from there. One more quick thing. I mentioned Hubie Brown, the Hall of Famer, broadcaster who did his final game at the age of 91 over the weekend, and his family challenges. I said that he lost his wife had passed, and both son and daughter in the past year. It was the last 2 years to get that exactly right.
I don't think it makes it any easier.
Doesn't make that any easier at all. No, a shame. All right. Congratulations to today's biggest fan. It is Corey Graft. Corey, Corey, Graft, Graft, of Chula Vista. Give us a call back within the next 10 minutes, Corey. 833-288-0973. You'll qualify for a grand prize. 20 tickets for you and your friends. A night in our Odyssey Suite at a Padres game later this season. Remember, the rest of you can still register your name at 973thefan.sd.com/biggest fan. Corey Graft, 10 minutes starts now. 56:30, Scrabe.
I just started the timer.
36:30.
46:30, by the way.
Well, that's what they have until.
Yes.
46:30.
I have my timer started.
Started.
I would like to, since we have a couple minutes here before we hear from our guy Sam Levitt, I would like to remind everyone, I do not choose the names. So please stop.
I thought you were the
angry or getting angry.
It's always you. I know. You take unfair. Look, you take a lot of heat that you deserve. There's no question.
Yeah, that's fine.
But you take a lot that you don't deserve. And that would be part of that.
Everybody tweet at Adam Klug.
Well, he doesn't select them either, does he?
I don't know who selects them.
I don't think he selects them.
I honestly don't know. I just have a list that I go to, and that's where I get the names.
Oh, they just give us the names. We type it in and read it to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have any part of that.
Yes. Oh, of course the chat said, Scraby rigs it! If I rigged it, it would be for my friends and not people I don't know.
I hate to say, though, you deserve it.
What?
Because you think everything else out there is rigged.
Okay.
So people are just giving you some of your own medicine.
That's a fair point.
Yeah.
I never thought about it.
Yeah, if you were in the contest and they did not, select your name, you would think that there's something rigged.
This is something I've never thought of, and I can't believe it, but I agree with it.
Yeah. People are just giving you...
Maybe it is rigged.
They're giving... Maybe, yeah.
Maybe it is.
Maybe Goodell got with Andy Reid and said, this whole referee thing is getting a little too close to them discovering it.
Yeah.
Right? It's getting, it's getting close. Maybe we better lose this game. But just to get everybody off the scent.
But we're going to call the first penalty.
We'll give you the first one just for old time's sake. But after that, yeah, you're going to have to lose today. I guess that's possible, too. Traffic, and then on to baseball, Padres latest, with our guy, Sam Levitt.
From the 855 Get Ross Traffic Center, protecting San Diego after accidents or injury, here's Kelly Danick.
Looking much better on our roads. Just one thing to watch out for, and this one ruffles my feathers. A ladder in middle lanes, northbound side of the 805 near the 5, so please take it extra carefully there. That's North 805 near the 5 merge. I'm Kelly Danik with Gwynn and Chris, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
Sam, give me, your breakdown. I called them lottery tickets, and I stole that from Jeff Sanders, so I'm giving him credit for it. But that's what the Padres are doing right now, isn't it? I mean, they're taking a bunch of shots on some guys, and they don't have to all work out. Just hopefully a couple of them do.
Yeah, I think, if we're being honest about it, it's probably not all that dissimilar from what they did with Jerks and Profar this time a year ago. And that was taking, I don't even want to call it a gamble because you were only paying the guy $1 million. So it wasn't much of a gamble, but you at least gave him a shot after, let's remember, what was a really difficult year for Jerkson in 2023, and it worked out wonderfully. Now, is there any guarantee of that with Connor Joe and Jason Hayward? Of course there isn't, but it's relatively low risk because you're not paying those guys very much at all. And look, I think if you want to look at it from the macro sense as a fan and be disappointed that the Padres, for one reason or another, haven't been able to, to fill that gap in left field with a bigger contract, with maybe a bit more of a notable name. That's fine if you're unhappy with that. But I think we're at the point in the offseason where we have to live in the reality a little bit, and that appears to be where, hey, this was the type of move they were going to be able to make, at least for now, in that left field spot. And look, the options, if you don't bring Connor Joe in, if you don't bring Jason Hayward in to platoon out there, or at least give it a shot at the start of the season, what are your options? I mean, Tirso Ornelas, all respect to Tirso. We don't know what he is. He's been in the organization forever. If he gets a chance, he could go out there and crush it and make a name for himself. But we don't know what Tirso is at the major league level. Certainly, you would have assumed before these moves that he would be a real candidate to win a job out there. I don't know that that's the case anymore with these two moves, although we'll see what Tirso does during spring training. But look, you had Tirso Ornelas, Brandon Lockridge, some other guys that you brought in on minor league deals. It's not like Hayward and Joe are taking playing time away from anybody that was guaranteed at all to win a job at a spring training. So I'm really okay with it. Again, in the big picture, I understand, if fans are a little frustrated by it just because of the type of offseason it's been, but I think living in the here and now and the reality of where they're at and what's on the market right now for a corner outfield spot, I think it's certainly worth the signings and is really a sort of a low risk move for both these guys. And look, if you want to look at it as a platoon, the thing that I really lean into with these two guys, and I know Craig was talking about it earlier, you may have talked about it in your first couple of segments, is that Jason Hayward, traditionally very, very good against right-handed pitching, and Connor Joe's career numbers are very good against left-handed pitching. So that would scream maybe a real strict platoon against lefties and righties. We'll see how it shakes out, but you hope that, whether you want to use the term lottery ticket or lightning in a bottle, you hope you catch a little bit of something, and if not all the production that you'll lose without Jerks and Profar, you hope that you at least get some of it. And look, I know this is a super long answer, sorry, but
keep going. It's a good answer.
The reality is too.
We got another 10 minutes in the segment. Come on, Sam.
Cool.
Pick it up.
I know. No Tony today, so I'm trying to give
yes,
you guys a break.
You're covering beautifully.
Yeah, I also think the reality with this team offensively heading into the year, heading into Peoria, is that this lineup, as is, has a lot of star power. And is it a perfect lineup? No. Do we know what they're getting out of left field? No. Do we know what they're getting out of catcher? No. Do we know what they're getting out of the DH spot? Not really. Those are three spots in your lineup. I don't want to minimize that, but you have got a top half of the lineup that should be extremely productive if these guys are healthy. So I don't know that you needed, a big-time name in left field. If you can get enough production out of left field via Joe or Hayward or one way or another, I think it could work out pretty nicely. So we'll see. You hope it's, a guy like Hayward who's older. You hope it's more a signing like a Profar, like a Solano, like a Peralta, and not so much what we saw the year before in a Nelson Cruz and a Matt Carpenter, and time will tell.
We're talking to TikTok legend Sam Levitt here on 97.3 The Fan.
Who is referring him to? You? Is
Me.
that your?
Yes.
Okay.
On the graphic that I made, it says a legend in the making for one of his descriptors, and also wherever Sammy goes, the champagne flows. So we're going to continue with that, Sam. But I wanted to talk to you about Connor Joe in this aspect, because someone over the weekend was saying that we're overlooking the fact that he is a pretty good first baseman. Now, I brought it up to Chris earlier. He makes a good point that he can't be a starting first baseman on an everyday level. How much first base do you think we're going to see him play?
Yeah, I think there's a chance you'll see him play there quite a bit, right? Because, unless Luis Arraez is going to just play first base every day, and I don't know that he is, I certainly think you could see, depending on how these guys are swinging it, and again, depending on who else this team brings in, over the course of the next month and a half, I still think they're not done here, whether that's a big move or other smaller moves. Look, you could see lineups where Hayward's in left and Connor Joe is playing first base and Luis Arraez is your DH. Like, I could see scenarios. Again, it's hard to say until we see the full picture of this roster because they still have needs. And still that DH first base spot, if you want to put Joe really more as a left field type, still kind of murky of how they're going to fill that. So, look, I think positional versatility for somebody like him is important. It's important for any player. And if Connor Joe can show up and do some nice things offensively, look, I think he can certainly play himself into the lineup more, and having that positional versatility is certainly something that can help. Look, we saw that, if you want to compare it to bringing in a Donovan Solano last year who could play some third, who could play some first base, and there are other examples on last year's team as well. So versatility is good. And, look, if he's hitting the ball well, I think there are probably scenarios where you'll see him at first base and, see Arraez as DH, or maybe it's a day where they get Jay Cronenworth off his feet and maybe Arraez goes to second base, a time or two over the course of, a month or so. So we'll see, but versatility is good.
Sammy Levitt is with us. He is the Padres pre- and post-game show host. He's also part-time broadcaster for the Padres. Had a couple of fine assignments last year. We expect to, hear him hopefully behind the mic a little more this year, too. I'm just saying.
Chris is putting it out there in the universe.
I'm putting it out there for you, Sam. Are the Padres done, in your mind, and would you be okay with that being the case, Sam?
Do I think they're done? No,
okay.
I don't. I find that hard to believe. Even if it's not a big move, I would imagine there are going to be some other smaller deals that come through. I just don't see how there isn't. I mean, right now, I don't know, other than some of these kind of quadruple A type guys that they have, who's going to be on this bench, other than a Tyler Wade, who certainly will be there. I think at the very least you'll see some smaller moves. I just think they need it to fill out this roster. But look, I think the looming question is going to be, Chris, that is there something big down the pipeline here at some point? Is there going to be a major trade? Are they going to move a Cease? Are they going to move a Suarez or a King or an Arraez? Again, you're starting to get the feeling based on the rumors that maybe that's not going to be the case. I personally hope it's not the case. If I were AJ Preller, and I'm not, my opinion is I'd almost rather roll with this team and these guys than make a major trade and create another hole. I think they are good enough as is to hang around at the very least until the summertime, and then you assess things from there, and then you add how you have to add. And we know AJ's very good at the deadline. So look, my prediction is I don't think there will be a big move. But I do think there will be smaller moves still to be made. And look, I think it's just the necessity. And as prices come down, as we get into spring training, I would not be surprised if, there's another, major league contract or two given out. But at this point, I'd be surprised if there was a big-time move where they moved somebody and got multiple pieces back. But, of course, I think that's going to be the looming question is in an offseason where at times it seemed like that was inevitable, is that something they're ultimately going to do before we hit opening day? And I think that's a pretty looming question still over spring training.
I agree with that. We're talking to Sam Levitt here, 97.3 The Fan, and Sam is going to be departing for spring training tomorrow, so he'll be on the scene on Wednesday when Padres pitchers and catchers report to Peoria. But I heard Harold Reynolds earlier, Sam, on MLB Network, and he seems to want to trade all of the Padres stars. He's talked about Fernando. Now he's saying Dylan Cease and Michael King might be traded. Like that is a sign of a rebuild to me. Is there any chance in your mind, and I know the answer is yes, there's a chance, but in your mind, to trade both of those guys before the season, or at least
Cease and King?
Yeah, leading up to the season.
Or what about Fernando?
No.
I'm not going to entertain.
Who did you say
mentioned
that?
Harold Reynolds said trade Fernando.
Oh. Well, just because Harold Reynolds says it doesn't mean
I get that. No, we're asking you how crazy that would be.
So you agree that that's crazy. That at least is crazy.
Look, my opinion on where the Padres are right now. This is my opinion, okay? I'm not saying that, anything's for sure. Again, to me, that is a looming question as we get to Peoria tomorrow and Wednesday. Are they going to do something very, very significant as far as a trade at some point? I think that's a fair question to ask based on the rumors all offseason, based on what they need, all those things. But I am of the opinion, if I'm in the front office right now, that I think your team, your core, is good enough where I would rather roll with what you got, Cease, King, Arise. If I had to trade somebody, it would probably be Robert Suarez, and I love Robert Suarez, and he was great for the most part last year, but I just think your bullpen is deep enough where that would be the spot where you could lose them. You could lose somebody and get some stuff back to fill some other gaps. So that would be the guy I would look to move if I'm looking to move anybody. But aside from that, guys, I'm of the mindset here on February 10th as I get ready to leave for Peoria and, these guys are showing up, where I'm like, you got a good core of guys here. It's not going to be a perfect roster. But I think you've got enough to win and hang around and be right in this thing come the trade deadline, and then you assess it from there, good or bad. And if you're not, then they may have to make some difficult decisions with a number of guys in walk years. But you're so far from that. And when you come off a season where you've won 93 games and you have the top 6 or so in a lineup that they have, and you have a King and a Cease and a Darvish and a really solid bullpen, I just can't walk into a season thinking that the worst is going to happen, or at this point that it would be smart to move both a King or a Cease, or both a Cease and a Rise. I mean, again, it's been a very quiet offseason. It's not a perfect roster. I think we all understand that. But put me in the category of being more bullish on this team just based on what they did a year ago and based on who they've got. There's been a lot of talk about who they don't have. And I think, and again, I'm not trying to trick any fans out there, but just take a second and think about who they do have. And to me, there's an argument to be made that could be good enough to be right in this thing in the summer, and then you assess it from there. And maybe you can be a little bit more aggressive come the trade deadline, and you make a real run at this thing. I just, you got stars on this team in their prime. To me, I am not punting on that whatsoever.
Remember who you do have. The quote from Sam Levitt. All right, very good. Sammy, Crisello, Matt Scraby, wrapping things up.
Your camera's only malfunctioned once today. It's been nice.
I've been on point today. One quick note before we turn it over to the Chronicles. Yesterday's Super Bowl 59, a record average audience of 126 million U.S. viewers.
U.S., that's it? For the U.S., that's only U.S.?
Game was televised by Fox, Fox Deportes, Telemundo, and streamed on Tubi. Apparently 13.6 million watched on Tubi.
I did not.
So
our population's 333 million people in America.
1 out of every 2, almost. 1 out of every
that's incredible.
2.5. I did talk to a lady in my neighborhood yesterday. She was walking the dog, and I was on my way out to get some last-minute stuff. And I said, "You watching the game today?" She goes, "No, don't care. Have no interest."
All right.
And I'm like, okay, but what do you do? What do you do instead?
I had a friend that hated football. Never.
Hated?
You know what they did? They went to the mall. They went and did all the things.
Just do all the things you can do because no one else is there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I was driving around yesterday.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
There was no one on the roads right before the Super Bowl.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. 126 million U.S. viewers is a new all-time record, beating last year's. What happened last year? Oh, yeah, Chiefs beat the 49ers last year, Scrabe. Do you remember that game?
Yes. I remember.
Scraby Chronicles are next. Tomorrow, Scraby takes over with Braden. Everybody have a good couple of days. We'll talk to you shortly, soon on 97.3 The Fan. Adios.